Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll come in, sit down. In the meantime, some of you have asked us about streaming, live streaming YouTube, and my understanding the best way to do it is go to YouTube, Cancer Control, and Thrive. The word Thrive with 3 I's. It's a lot of threes, but three. THRIIIVE. And what do they look for?
It'll come up with that.
Okay.
But some take photos.
Cancer Control Society, Thrive, and the YouTube part of it. And our suggestion to you is to take pictures of the slides as they're being presented today. Because as we were looking at it, the photos look grainy, the audio is good. So when you go back and look at it on YouTube, you will have the PowerPoint pictures to compare with what you're hearing. So if you do that, it will enhance your pleasure. Between now and this time next year, of course, we will refine that and get it to where it is perfect. Because we have some fantastic people working on that. And is Lorraine Rosenthal in the building? Okay, why don't you go ahead and make your way up here. And so again, just before we start, I started yet. No, we're getting ready to start. We will be talking about a lot of the things that are going on tonight, this afternoon, and tomorrow. But we do want you, everybody here, in your seat, so that we can get started with the next part of the program. Harold, we're ready. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention. Labor Day weekend 2014, Sheridan Universal Hotel, University of California. The next part of the program is really one of the most exciting for us every year, because this is a moment when we honor someone in our movement, our industry, if you will, for outstanding achievement. Yes, our honoree today is also speaking on the program. We'll get to that after we present the award. But G. Edward Griffin is the recipient of the Humanitarian Award this year. And I'd like for him and for Lorraine to come up here. And we want to present him with the reward, and then I want to read what's on it. Cancer Control Society Humanitarian Award presented to G. Edward Griffin, author, film producer, advocate, and educator. Your passion as author, film producer, advocate, and educator has positively influenced 2 generations get involved in the natural approach to treating and preventing cancer. Your book, World Without Cancer, was the seminal masterpiece that launched the freedom of choice movement and formed the foundation for nutrition as the first choice for treatment and prevention of cancer. As a pioneer of medical freedom, thousands have been saved from a horrible death, and thousands have joined the ranks of our movement. Your vision, determination led to the formation of the Committee for Freedom of Choice in Cancer Therapy, which spawned successful legislative efforts in over 20 states that approved freedom of choice laws. For your dedication to metabolic non-toxic therapies, we recognize your outstanding achievements in the field of alternative medicine. We salute you and extend our gratitude to you as humanitarian extraordinaire, presented this 31st day of August 2014. and certainly well-deserved. And just before he starts, I want to say a few personal things. Is that I owe a lot, firstly, to Ed Griffin, because the time we spent working together, not 40, but around 38, 37 years ago, considered one of my primary mentors, and not only in research, but in writing and everything that I did. He was very influential in that for me. And again, one of the things that we mentioned in there, things that he has done over the last 40 years and more. And so it's a real pleasure and honor to have him here with us and to not only present the award, but to be able to be here. Ed, thank you very much. And now, he's going to talk about the world without cancer.
I have to say that when I arrived here yesterday and I saw that I was going to be a recipient of an award, a humanitarian award of all things, it made me very nervous. Because I've observed over the years, whenever I have attended functions where they've given awards like this, or they had honorary dinners and so forth, in almost every case that I can remember, the person who was the recipient of the award was very, very old. And I think that if I had the feeling that, yeah, it's a good thing they're giving this award this year, because this is the last chance, you know? And I just wanted to tell you that I intend to be here for quite a few more events. So, Elaine and Frank, you're not going to give me quite so easily, but I do thank you. Well, I don't know why I have notes. If I can't talk about this topic right now without notes, it's pretty sad, because this is a topic that has consumed a great deal of my attention for a great deal of my life. I feel like it's something I've always been with. It's not true. It started about midlife for me. And I'd like to tell you just a little bit about that. By the way, I only have now a few minutes left, so it's impossible to cover this story adequately, but it was way back in summer of 1971 that I first heard the word Laetrile. And it came from my good friend, Dr. John Richardson. And my dad, by the way, we've got Dr. Richardson's two of his sons here and a grandson right here in the first row. Will you please stand up now? John and Charlie, is it Kevin? Is it the grandson? They're carrying on the tradition of their father. Now, many of you, of course, don't know about Dr. John Richardson, but you'll learn a little bit about him shortly. Back in 1971, I didn't know anything about Laetrile, but John did. He was a practicing physician in Albany, California, in the San Francisco area. And we had been friends. We had other interests that bound us together. And it was not in the health field. It was more ideological issues, political issues, social issues, and so forth. We had a lot in common. But one day, when I was meeting with John, he said, "Dad, I need your help." I said, "You need my help? Okay, what can I do?" He said, "I need you to help me write an article. I'm having trouble with the local medical authorities. I'm using something in the control of cancer, the treatment of cancer that's very, very successful. It's the most successful thing I have ever tried." And he said, "They're trying to close me down for using it." I said, "Who is they? Who are they? Why would anybody try and close the doctor down for using something that is effective in control of cancer? What is it?" He said, "Well, it's called Laetrile." I said, well, tell me about it. He said, well, it's very simple. He said, I'll tell you about it. He said, I'm the doctor, I treat the patients, you're the writer, you communicate, so I want you to help me write this article so we can publish it maybe in a magazine or a local newspaper and get these people off of my back so I can continue to save lives. And I said, well, sure, John, I'd be glad to help you if I can. And little did I know that I was about to launch on a life-changing adventure for me and indirectly for thousands and thousands of people, including some who are in this group today. I didn't realize how deep this subject was. I didn't realize how high the voltage was in the wire that I was about to grab hold of. I just didn't know. I thought, well, this is a scientific issue, a public relations issue. I thought I could get it all done in maybe 2 or 3 or 4 weeks and go on to other things. And that was the beginning of many, many years of learning. And I have to say, what I learned in the process was not only is important to the world, I think, to the lives of millions of people, but in my own case, in my own family, I'm sure it saved my life. I don't think I would be here today without the knowledge that I acquired along with learning about it. So I want to talk today very briefly about the science and the politics of cancer therapy. Now that is a big topic. I'm used to spending about 90 minutes on each of the science and then the politics. Now I've got about 20 minutes left to cover both of them. It's the same. But I'll do the best I can as a start in that direction. In fact, if I have to stop in 30 seconds or so, I probably won't accomplish my mission because I boiled the whole thing down to 35 words. Can you believe it? It's hard to believe, but here it is. Now listen carefully. It's all here. A control for cancer is known, and it comes from nature. But it is not widely available to the public because it cannot be patented, and therefore is not commercially attractive to the pharmaceutical industry. And you just think about that. It covers everything that there is to say in this. In each of those words, a person has spent a lot of time examining what those words mean and great history behind them. I'll start by giving you a very simplified, dumbed-down version of what I think cancer is. When I say I think, please don't believe for an instant that I'm relying on my own knowledge and my own research and my own wisdom. Because everything I'm going to tell you I've learned from people who are experts in the field. I learned a lot from Dr. John Richardson, who's a fine physician. I learned a lot from Dr. Ernst T. Krebs, Jr., who was a researcher, scientist who developed with his father, whom I never met. But I did meet Ernst T. Krebs, Jr., and he was a brilliant man. He taught me a lot. I've spoken to many doctors and researchers over the years, and everything I'm going to tell you is a condensation of wisdom that was handed to me by these people. There are basically 2 concepts of cancer, 2 views. The orthodox view and what we loosely call the alternative. The orthodox view, we all know. The average doctor, the oncologist that we go to, and say, I've got cancer, I think, or tell me if I have cancer, what do I do about it? Most of these people will say, well, let's see if you've got a lump or a bump or something like that. And they say, aha, there's the lump, there's the bump, here's the x-ray, see it, that's a cancer. What do we do about it? Well, if cancer is a lump or a bump, it's obvious what you do to cure cancer is to get rid of the lump or the bump. It's that simple. And so you use chemotherapy to burn it out, use radiation. Chemotherapy to poison it out, radiation to burn it out, and surgery to cut it out. And if you get rid of the lump or the bump, the physician generally will say, I think we got it all. And then, of course, we know statistically that in many cases, actually most cases, it comes back. And the reason it comes back is explained in the second view of cancer, which is that it's not the lump or the bump. The alternative view is that there's something causing the lump or the bump, and that's what we should be looking at. These doctors view the lump or the bone as a symptom of the disease. It's not the disease itself. And so they're concerned with what is it about the body that caused the lump or the bone, and that is what they attack. And this is a whole diametrically different view of this dreadful disease. I now have had for many years been a firm advocate of the second view. And in a way of just kind of simplifying it, let me go further and say that in our view, cancer is not caused by something. It's caused by the lack of something. A lack of something. What is that? Well, we go further, and all of this, by the way, is explained in great detail. I hope satisfactorily explained in my book about cancer. By the way, if you're interested in things, right, that's our booth is what, 136, I wrote down. 136. You find all of the details, interesting, fascinating details, say, documented here. The deficiency can be divided into two categories. The deficiency of, the two categories are what they sometimes call the intrinsic factor and the extrinsic factor. What does that mean? Well, the intrinsic implies something that comes from the inside of the body. The body is missing something that it normally creates itself. And the extrinsic factor is something that the body needs that it takes in from outside, but it doesn't produce itself. So what are they? Well, we'll start with the intrinsic factor. It happens to be an enzyme. It's a pancreatic enzyme. It's produced in the pancreas, that it's called trypsin. It's a digestive, and it's also associated with chymotrypsin. There's several digestive enzymes produced by the pancreas that are extremely important in the control of cancer. Why is that? Doesn't this seem strange? It's something in the pancreas to digest food, which has anything to do with cancer. And it's not so surprising, though, when you dig into the science of it, and we find out that the cancer cell is unique in many ways, but one of them is that it has a coating around it, a protein coating. It's no different than all other cells in the body. And one of the things about this protein coating is it has an electrostatic charge. A lot of electricity going on in our bodies that we don't think about. We tend to think of all as chemistry. As you know, even chemistry is electrical. When you take a look at the formulas or compounds that with pluses and minuses, it's electrical charges that hold the molecules together. It's electricity, really, inside the chemistry that makes it work. And in this protein coating, there's a negative electrostatic charge on it. Why is that important? Well, it just happens to be that the immune system, those little white blood cells, lymphocytes, monocytes, all those things that are supposed to come and destroy the enemies of your body. People wonder, why doesn't the immune system attack cancer? It's because cancer has an electro charge, negative, and the immune cells are negatively charged too. And any kid who goes through basic physics class knows that like polarities, similar polarities repel each other, and so the cancer cell is well protected against the immune system. Now, here's where the enzymes come in. Those enzymes are designed to digest meat protein. And if you have a good producing pancreas, and you have lots of these enzymes in your system, and they're not all being consumed in the digestive system to digest meat, if there's anything left over, it goes to the blood system, bathes the surfaces of the cancer cell, and digests the protein coating. Now, without that coating, the cancer cell has a positive electrostatic charge, and the two components are attracted, and that means, of course, that the immune system becomes highly aggressive against cancer. But you have to have that enzymatic, the enzyme, the trypsin, and its associated chymotrypsin to do that. Which explains, all of a sudden explains why all of these alternative doctors are saying, get off of meat. It's not because they're vegetarians, it's because they think they're worried about cruelty to animals and that kind of thing. It's because they know what I just told you. They know that if you're using all of your digestive enzymes to digest meat, you don't have this important intrinsic factor to help you fight cancer. So there you have it in a nutshell. That's half the battle right there. So what's the other half, this extrinsic factor? What is this something we take in from the outside? It's food. It's a food factor, as Krebs used to call it. It's a food factor. And it's found in about 1,400 edible plants. It's called amygdalin in nature. When it's highly purified and concentrated, they call it laetrile. They have different names. Dr. Krebs called it vitamin B17. Never was officially adopted as such. But those are different names, but approximately the same thing. It's a molecule that's found in nature, and it's a food factor. It's meant to be eaten. And it's in about 1,400 plants, as I said, but normally in modern society we don't eat them because it's bitter to the taste. And our taste buds are attuned to those sweet, gentle flavors, the juicy flavors without bitterness. But primitive societies which don't have the luxury of all this processed food, sugarized food, they have to eat these things or they perish. And wouldn't you know that the most primitive societies of all generally are the ones with the lowest cancer rates? And I can give you some examples. I just mentioned one, Hunza. You probably heard of that one. For decades, well, for history, it was known that people in Hunza, the Winnicotts, never had cancer. Never had cancer. And they lived to be quite old age, many of them in the late 90s, and many of them into 100, and vigorous people and so forth. Why is this? Well, they looked at their food. Not only were they getting rich water source down from the mountains loaded with minerals in the water, they used to call it the milk water. So with minerals, yes, that had a lot to do with it. But the apricot seed was the choice food in a primitive society like that. They didn't really have money. A man's wealth was measured by the number of apricot seeds he owned. And people ate the apricot seeds as a delicacy there. The ladies squeezed the seed, wrapped it up, got the oil out of it, used it for cosmetic. The apricot and the apricot seed were an integral part of the social and economic life of Hunza. You take those people out of Hunza, take them into Pakistan, give them a different diet, they started dropping from cancer like everybody else. And you can go on with many, many examples. It's empirical evidence that when the food, the diet, the natural food source is rich in foods which are loaded with this amygdalin substance, the rate of cancer is practically zero. Now, okay, that's empirical evidence. As I say, there are a lot of stories that are in the book. But what about the scientific explanation? It's a little more complicated, but it's fascinating. It's not that complicated. The amygdalin molecule is composed of 4 components. It's got 2 parts of sugar, glucose, the harmless stuff, except when you have too much of it, it's on the belly. And it has 1 component of cyanide. Yeah, there's that word. All right, people have told you don't take laetrile, it's poisonous. Cyanide, and it does. And I'll come back to that in a moment. And it has 1 component of benzaldehyde. You put the cyanide and the benzaldehyde together, you've got a very toxic combination, even more so than cyanide. So who in the world would ever want to take those dangerous components in them? So this deserves just a little attention. How about this thing, cyanide? Well, first of all, cyanide in its pure form is gaseous. It's a gas. It's called nascent cyanide, and it's very deadly indeed. But this stuff in the food is not a gas, is it? So what is it? It's amygdalin. It's got cyanide in it, but it's not cyanide. Vitamin B12, did you know, has cyanide in it? Vitamin B12 is cyanocobalamin. That's its name. It has cyanide in it. So don't take vitamin B12, right? Because you'll die. No, just the opposite. If you don't have vitamin B12 in your system, you'll die. In other words, cyanide in the right combination, in the right forms, is life-giving. It's life-essential. And it's certainly the case here in amygdala. Here's how it works. You need to worry then, what is going to release the cyanide, the real cyanide, the nascent cyanide, and the benzaldehyde. And there is one substance, as far as they know, there's only one substance that really does a good job of that. And it's an enzyme. It's called beta-glucosidase. I'm sure you're taking notes of that. I call it the unlocking enzyme in my book. It's a little easier to remember. And this unlocking enzyme will, in fact, leave the molecule of amygdalin, release that highly toxic combination of cyanide and benzaldehyde. So look out for this enzyme. Where do you find this enzyme? I'm glad you're all sitting down for this. You find it in cancer cells. And only in cancer cells. Just think of that. That's the magic thing that they've been looking for. They say they're looking for all these years. And there it is, right in nature. Which means that if you have foods with this substance and it gets into your system, comes in contact with the cancer cell, the enzyme releases the benzaldehyde and the cyanide from the cancer cell commits suicide. It's as simple as that. And in normal cells, the amygdalin molecule is converted into nutritious byproduct. It's an amazing mechanism of nature that could not have been accidental. It's part of the human life cycle. So there you have, in a nutshell, the story of the science of cancer. Now I've got practically no time left for politics, but I can assure you that the easy part is the science. It's an open and shut case. Where it gets complicated is in the political side, the monetary side, because people will say it's true. What you say is true. But how come my doctor doesn't know about it? How come he thinks that it's quackery? Now the plot thickens. We don't have time here today, but let me take a moment and go to that second part of the book, which I hope you do. You're going to find that there is a collusion that goes on. That the marriage, you might say, between the pharmaceutical industry and some of the great tax-exempt foundations. The tax-exempt foundations which have funded a lot of the research in not only cancer therapy, but across the board in health. These tax-exempt foundations, primarily in the beginning at least, when all of this started back in 1910, 1913, 1915, when you may remember the publication of what was called the Flexner Report, 1910, written by Dr. Abraham Flexner, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. And the whole idea was to convince the world that there was a great need for reform in medical education. And that wasn't hard to do, to convince the world of that, because it was true. There was a lot of quackery in medical education. You could get a medical degree through the mail. Not all did that, but it was possible. And so the Rockefeller Group, which was heavily invested then, and still is, I believe, our group, heavily invested in the pharmaceutical industry, wanted to make sure that their philanthropy brought back profits. So they began to invest in medical education, and they gave grants of money to the great universities. They weren't great in those days, but to the universities that were training doctors. And they said, here is money, millions and millions of dollars worth of money, and aren't you happy to get it? And yes, we're so happy, but now we get to set the curriculum. I'm going to cut all of this short because we don't have time. It's a fascinating history. What really happened is that, yes, with the grant money, these schools were able to improve the quality of education in America. They were able to staff it with extremely qualified people. And as a result, the curricula for all medical conditions became heavily weighted in the direction of drugs. And this is how the money came back. So today, when you go to see your physician who's come out of one of these great educational centers, he knows drugs very, very well. It's a major part of his training. And you will walk out of his office, I don't care what she had or her office. I don't care if it's a headache, to a sore hip, or cancer, you're going to walk out of there with a prescription for a drug, because that's what the doctors have been trained to do. That's where this bias came into the system. And as a result, I'll give you, there's one more major case here which you'll read about, is what happened with Sloan Kettering Institute in the testing of Laetrile. It became very controversial in the 70s, partly because of the work we did, and Frank was right in the middle of all of that. We created these organizations that were going to the various state legislatures and demanding reform legislation to allow alternative treatments and so forth. And so the pressure, the public pressure was great to legalize Laetrile. It's illegal, can you imagine? Apricot seeds illegal? Yeah, well, why? Because they were saying it was good for the treatment of cancer. Well, you can't say it's good for the treatment of cancer because you can't prove it. You never spent $150 million jumping through the FDA who put out all the stack of papers to prove it. And so they were, arresting doctors and all that. So Sloan Kettering was asked to do the test. Once and for all, we'll get a nice prestigious organization like Sloan Kettering to test it once and for all. And you know the story, you may have read about it. The official pronouncement of Sloan Kettering was that we have no evidence at all Laetrile works as a control of cancer. I've got the full story in the book. They lied. The chief laboratory researcher working for Sloan Kettering, his name is Dr. Segura. It's a Jew, Segura, I think. Segura was his last name. Kanematsu Segura, thank you. And he was given the job, the test, and he came out and he said, this stuff really works. It's the best thing in all my experience I've ever seen. So what happened? They took him off the job and put somebody else in. He said, yeah, it works. They took him off. They kept putting new people in until they find somebody that said it. And the man who was working for Sloan Kettering, his name was Ralph Moss, was the director of public relations. This resigned and discussed. He gave a press conference and he said, I was fired from my job because, well, he resigned. The next day he was fired because he spoke the truth. And the Sloan Kettering said, we had to let him go because he failed to perform his primary duty, his assignment, his job. And so they asked him about it. He said, yeah, that's true. He said, my primary assignment, my job was to lie. So anyway, this is the story is all there. So you come finally to the question, well, why? Why would they do this? I mean, human lives are at stake. Why is this conspiracy? There's no other word for it. Why does it exist? And the answer is, I'm going to close on. The answer was found, let's see what year it was, it was 1970. There was Congressman John Kelsey. He went to the government and used the Freedom of Information to get a copy of the minutes from an important meeting of the Board of Directors at Sloan Kettering, in which they had decided to close the books on Laetrile. And here's what he found. This is a direct quote taken from the minutes of Sloan Kettering. It said, Sloan Kettering is not enthusiastic about studying amygdalin, but would like to study cyanide-releasing drugs. End quote. Now just think about that. If you understand what that said, you've got the whole picture. They knew that this worked. They knew that it released cyanide in a certain way, and that they knew that it worked. But they also knew that amygdalin couldn't be patented, and so they couldn't make a bug on it. So, and they also knew that in order to get it approved by the FDA, they'd have to spend $150 million to get it approved. Why would anybody do that when their competitors would then sell the same thing? And you realize, oh my gosh, what has happened to our health field? The most important solutions for diseases come from nature. And they will never be approved. Never be approved. Because they cannot be patented. And this is the bias of our system, and it's killing so many lives. It's taking so many lives. I call that chapter, what do I call it? Manhattan, not massacre. It's, Well, anyway, genocide. I couldn't think of the word. It is genocide. It's an important word. Genocide is going on right now. So that's my message, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that these people are conspiring to control cancer, cure, keep it from you. It means that though that they are biased in the favor of producing something that produces a profit. It means that they themselves in this industry are victims of it. Doctors and these researchers, their families, and they themselves die of cancer like everybody else. But they got the blinders on. It means that the system is corrupt. It definitely means that we have to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I'd like to add just a couple of comments. First of all, we mentioned in the award, this was the seminal masterpiece that's really provided the foundation for this entire movement. There were bits and pieces, there were other books, but this is the first one to go into great detail, exquisitely documented, and then supplying answers to the why in part 2. The other thing is I often use this as a reference to people that don't understand contemporary United States politics, primarily from 1900 to present. Part 2 of this not only exquisitely, perfectly explains the pharmaceutical industrial complex, but it analyzes, describes, and documents the politics of the historical elements got us involved in these wars and everything else. And it just turns out that it's the same group of people, the same organizations, and the other thing is, we talked a lot about business and profit motive. I want you to understand that the modern pharmaceutical medical establishment is not free enterprise market. It is monopoly capitalism, as established by John D. Rockefeller, the old fellow that outlawed homeopathy for everybody except himself. And that's been the history for the last 300 or 400 years, is cartel, monopoly, and no one has explained it any better than Ed Griffin in the book, Part 2, World Without Cancer. And then the other one, I don't know if you have it at your booth, Creature from Jekyll Island, that has the monetary component of how they're able to do this, and that's through the taxation and the counterfeiting of what we call money. So please go get this book. The other thing, the reference to Sloan Kettering, and that's describing, telling about Dr. Results, Ralph Moss's book, that supports everything that you just talked about, and he provides the evidence, because Ralph Moss, in the middle of that remember, is that every single test that Sloan Kettering did disproved effectiveness of Laetrile, proved that it had benefit. Now, not just Euro, the octogenarian, everybody credited his reputation, his integrity. Tests that he did were easily reproducible. To his dying day, he stood behind his research. Once they brought in to discredit it, if you read the research, you'll see that yes, they have benefit. If you read the press report, oh, we think it's no good. So once again, you provided us the inspiration of the foundation and the information, documented information to support. Thank you very much. 136. And we really appreciate it. And I think the document results is available at the Cancer Book House. And the other thing is, at the end of the registration table, we have repeated throughout the day the 60-minute, about 60 minutes on World Without Cancer. It covers video, first part of this book, and very excellent at explaining the science of cancer. And of course, Ed has the science and politics. We do have those videos available. We has them. And last night, we showed a video called Answer the Forbidden Cures. And that was put together by Griffin's Reality Zone. And those are also available at the Facebook House for Reality Zone American Media. So please go by there and pick that up. And we have a slight change this afternoon. We had a received a phone call this morning. Alex Lopera, the American Medical Health Alliance, mother went into the hospital and we had an aunt who died, and so he was on an airplane early this morning to Houston. Program, he was scheduled at 3 o'clock, and it was actually going to be a 15-minute presentation, and then we were going to do some more talking about the Cancer Control Society. What I'm going to do right now for a few minutes is tell you a little bit about American Medical Health Alliance, the work that Alex Lopera does. In the meantime, on your seats, there should be, or every other seat, there should be a letter that outlines the goals of the Cancer Control Society and what you can receive if you donate money. There are certain prizes going. And once again, by donating money to the Cancer Control Society or remembering us in your will, you help continue programs such as this and speakers such as Ed Griffin. But let me explain a little bit about American Medical Health Alliance and what it does. Because we know that any kind of medical procedures can get expensive, cancer certainly notwithstanding. And the difference is if you go to conventional cancer therapy in the United States, there's what we call third-party payers. It's not you and it's not the hospital, it's somebody else. Maybe an insurance company, maybe the taxpayers, but in any event, the doctor, the hospital files a claim to get insurance coverage or insurance reimbursement. When you go outside the provider, sometimes you don't get coverage, or it's a very complicated procedure to file the insurance claim, even more so if you go outside of the United States. Well, fortunately, there is a company, American Medical Health Alliance, co-founded by Alex Lopera, that has the knowledge and experience to help you file your insurance claim. And it started by filing claims for the clinics and hospitals in the Tijuana area of Mexico. And in fact, they were really rather successful. Maybe not getting 100%, but by putting down on the claim form the same things and procedures that are done in Mexico that are done here, not putting the things that they know are not covered. So it's American Medical Health Alliance was able to get insurance reimbursement. So of course, for that service, it takes a fee, but you get some back. And the way that most Mexican clinics work is you put money up, they'll refer you to American Medical Health Alliance or like this. Take your medical information, file the claim electronically, computer to computer, and then it's evaluated by the insurance company's computer, and the check is mailed out based on that. Alex and his people have the knowledge and understanding of most of the insurance programs in the United States, so that they know what is covered, they know how to code it properly, so that you do get some reimbursement. On his table, 403 or 404, outside there's very few supply of these brochures left. However, his contact information is in the biographies here. Alex Lopera, founder of American Medical Health Alliance. It has a telephone number, info@amhabilling.com, and the website amhabilling.com. So that information is here in the biographies. As I talk to cancer patients, I always tell them, when you select a doctor, clinic, hospital, ask them if they will help to file a claim for which service. Many of them will tell you American Medical Health Alliance. And Alex and his company also started reaching out to integrated alternative physicians in the United States to do the same thing. And what it says is that most billers only submit a small portion of treatment expenses, but he identifies every aspect of care in all billable services, which allow for superior claims collection. This greatly improves reimbursement from your insurance company, which in turn, our service provides more value for you. These do explain everything that he does. So if you don't are able to get one of these out there, please go to biographies, pick it up, go to the website, and look at all the information that you need. Now, Chuck, we have the video, the short video that you have about the Cancer Control Society ready to go. Okay. Chuck Whitner, our Vice President, founder of Malibu Video, has prepared a short video, short every year, describes a little bit about the society, how it works, and why we think it's a good idea to donate some money. Again, if you didn't get that letter, it's put on the chairs and hold up your hand. Our helpers with the buckets will come by and see that you get it. And then we will, after the video, then we'll finish up.
Every year, the Cancer Control Society brings life-saving information to thousands of patients and their families in many ways. At their annual Cancer Control Convention, held since 1973, between 45 and 50 doctors and other experts in alternative medicine report their latest findings for treating cancer and other degenerative diseases with non-toxic therapies.
Diet, lots of antioxidants, vitamins, minerals. Vitamin B12 deficiency is a common cause of symptoms like fatigue and depression.
Don't second guess Mother Nature. Conjugated linoleic acid, exercise, stress reduction, prayer, all these things are part of the equation.
Environmental experts share research often ignored or disavowed by commercial media.
There are a wide range of safe, non-mainstream alternatives.
Legislative advocates teach ways to defend against attacks on our medical freedom.
And once you've signed those 2 form letters, tear them off, pass them to the center aisle. They'll be picked up. We'll bring them up here. I will put them in the office of your United States Senator.
CCS also sponsors bus tours of alternative clinics across the border that employ nutritional and other non-toxic therapies to help patients become strong against their disease.
Cancer Control.
Every day, CCS answers callers seeking information about medical alternatives.
So we also can let you know about doctors that use alternative therapies.
Throughout the year, Cancer Control sends representatives to book fairs, conventions, and other gatherings throughout the country where they disseminate information about medical alternatives. Books and documentaries exposing the risks of modern medicine as well as the benefits of alternatives are presented here. Though assaulted by opponents of alternative medicine many times, CCS has prevailed, continuing to give voice to controversial therapies and support to doctors under attack. CCS was founded in an era of medical aggression. Mainstream medicine regularly fought doctors of alternative medicine. Many lost their licenses. Some were imprisoned. The attackers were supporters of drug companies, many of whose executives have become Food and Drug Administration commissioners. They attempted to ban nutritional therapies, herbs, and even vitamin supplements, while they hawked miracle cure after miracle cure, magic bullets, as Mitchell called them, that would kill cancer cells but leave healthy ones intact. With each new claim, pharmaceutical stock prices and patient hopes skyrocketed. But both came tumbling down when investigations revealed many of those claims to be fraudulent. The very ones who had been slinging mud at holistic medicine were exposed up to their necks in mud themselves. This year, the American Pharmaceutical Association will spend more than $1 billion advertising prescription drugs to the general public. It will spend billions more advertising to doctors. Cancer Control's consistent advocacy for a pollution-free environment, nutritious, healthy lifestyle has prevailed over the flamboyant and unproven claims of orthodox medicine. Many exposés revealed at CCS conventions have worked their way into the mainstream media. Today, largely thanks to CCS and its supporters, the public is better educated and healthier than ever before. Still, there are many battles yet to be won. We ask that you take out your checkbooks or credit cards right now to make an annual pledge to the CCS Permanent Fund. We also ask that you consider a donation to CCS in your will. The Cancer Control Society has saved countless lives with information about medical alternatives. While we disagree with the American Cancer Society on many issues, we do agree on at least one thing: to fight cancer with a checkup and a check. But to us, that means check up on what your doctor claims before exposing yourself to risk, and write a check to the Cancer Control Society to help defeat drug company lies.
That's the benefit of the Cancer Control Society, is the education. People need information. And really, with the Cancer Control Society, that's what you receive when you go to the convention.
I'm just very glad that the Cancer Control Society isn't there. I think it's made a big difference in my life.
Cancer Control Society is absolutely necessary and hard to replace. No one else will stand up on a high line to say anything. They're afraid of medical profession. I thank you. You could give me some backing and some further help. I probably couldn't have done it anywhere else.
If you believe the public deserves alternative information, please give all you can to the Cancer Control Society.
So thank you very much for putting that together. And I think that certainly reflects many of the things that we do. I do want to thank Larry, who handed me a check this morning for $1,000. Available to Cancer Control Society. Thank you very much. We have some people that do this every year, and we also realize that many of you can't afford $1,000. Whatever you can afford, we will put to good use. We believe that our primary mission is to help 5 people today, not 20 years, 30 years, 100 years from now, with something that may or may not work, but with effective, viable things that work for you and your loved ones today. And that's what we do, what Lorraine does every day of the year, and has done for over, well, probably close to 50 years, because she was doing this work even before she co-founded the Cancer Control Society. So we have our cancer control workers going up and down. They have buckets, and as you drop in your checks and your paper dollars, we thank you for it, and I certainly appreciate what you're able to do in that regard. We really appreciate the fact that you're here with us this weekend. That's the reason we're here, is to we work for you. As we transition into the next part of the program, again, which will be the recovered patient stories, that's listed at 3:30. We would like to ask all of the patients that are going to present today, please come up, line up over here, you're on the right side of the building. And then when you come up to the podium, hand me your card, stand here in front of this microphone, and again, if you would take, shorter the better, so that everyone have an opportunity to speak. If you can do it in 60 seconds, that's even better. Again, name, cancer type, when was it diagnosed, treatments, and then who the integrative alternative practitioner. Where will you be after this presentation? The foyer or one of the particular booths that are here at the convention. Just check on something. Harold, you get, we're just about ready to start. And again, start rolling. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The next part of the program is another one of those exciting parts where we have real people telling real stories in a short period of time. This is what we call our recovered patient testimonials. And you picked up a green card at the registration table. You fill it out. Join our list, our line over here on your right side. And come up here to the microphone, hand me the card, and then tell your story. There's a timer here that's set for a minute. So let's try to stick to that so we can get many as we can. These are people that have cancer, had it diagnosed, had it treated, and are still in the recovery process. The important fact for us is that they looked at, utilized some part of the integrative alternative field, that the things that you've heard throughout this weekend, there's still a lot. First of all, you also lose your license. So my doctor told me about poly-UVA, the original poly-UVA, and I started taking poly-UVA, and now 9 years later, I'm still flying as a pilot for the airlines. And this is with disease. This is with a disease that was diagnosed that I was told no longer I could fly. I got this disease in Vietnam when I served from Agent Orange. But I'm very healthy now, and I still have the leukemia, but it's going very, very slowly. But I'm in the gym, I'm working out, I'm exercising, I'm flying all around the world, all thanks to poly-UVA. And the other vitamins have been recommended by Terry Madsen and Al Sanchez. I'll be in booth 139. I'm going to talk about a real life true story. And again, thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor. Thank you very much.
my name is Anne Grants, and in 2001, I found a lump under my left arm just in the shower, and it turned out after biopsy, at least stage 2 metastatic breast cancer. Further scans showed that I had lesions in my brain and my lungs. So they gave me 3 to 6 months to live, and I decided if that was the case, I was going with dignity, quality of life, and grace, and I was going with the girls. So I did no surgery. For a year, I did my own whole being healing plan. So I looked at everything about my life, starting with spirituality, mind, body, psycho-emotional, immunology, nourishment, nutrition, detoxification, lifestyle changes, and targeted cancer therapies. The different specific therapies I did, diet was a vegan, raw vegan, organic. The detox that I did a lot of colonics and enemas, of course, but I also detox spiritually, psycho-emotional. We have a lot of stuff that we hold on to, so I had to get rid of all that. Lifestyle changes, good rest, laughter, that's immune system too. A lot of it overlaps. Laughter, petting, pets, human touch, music, lifestyle changes. I had to get rid of negative people. That was very tough because some of them were really close to me. But you do what you have to do. After a year, I noticed reductions in all the tumors, but they were still there. I had got rid of 1 or 2 lymphatic tumors. The brain lesions were less, the lung lesions were less. But then I found IPT online, and I thought, well, that's great, targeting cancer cells only with chemo, so you get our chemo without the side effects. So I literally went through cancer like this. I started IPT in Labor Day of 2002. By St. Patrick's Day of 2003, there was no more evidence of cancer in my body. I still go through treatment. I figure I've got to stay vigilant once cancer moves around, so I'm back again. So I go to all the doctors, the integrative doctors that I know. I have many. You can find them on IOICP.com. It stands for the International Organization of Integrative Cancer Physicians. So I have many doctors, and I just kind of round robin, and I keep with my whole being healing platform, and I just love my life. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, and we're going to
My booth is 406 right out near the escalators, and I will be there until, I believe, tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow. Sorry. Someone will be there. But I'll be there. I'm really happy to talk to anybody. And that's what we do at Best Answer for Cancer Foundation, is we help patients find their best answer for cancer. We think we're all individuals. So, thank you.
We also want to thank you for the conference that you put on.
Next year,
I look forward to being there. Not only do we enjoy all of the presentations at that conference, we found there's 2 or 3 speakers at our show this year. We were able to make that arrangement for this conference earlier this year.
Hello, my name is Captain Benjamin Armin. I was a Major Airline pilot on 737s. Previous gentleman. I was grounded in April of 2009 with colorectal cancer. Mark Twain said there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And I was a statistical improbability with gene cancer at age 38. And since then, I've been dealing with the conventional method of chemo, radiation, surgery, and chemo. And then after reoccurrence, and with the initial chemo, I said there's got to be something better. So we looked for Dr. Forsyth in Reno, Nevada, and we went and did his treatment. And I've been in remission for 18 months. Since that point, we just had a reoccurrence. So we went back to him and he said, come down to this Cancer Control Society convention And we had no idea what we were going to find as of yesterday, but we're very glad we found it. And it's been a pleasure meeting all of you. And I want to thank you for doing all this hard work that is helping so many people. One last thing that I'd like to say is that we've been vegan for the last 3 years, my wife and my child. And through nutrition, exercise, water, stress, temperance, air, rest, and trust in God, we've been able to get through this as well as we have. We've done pretty good. We're looking forward to more positive results in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that illustrates the fact that we live long enough to have a bump in the road. So life is not a smooth road. There are bumps, speed bumps, and others. And what we hope to do is keep you alive long enough to not only experience them, but overcome them.
Hello, my name is Quinn Crosby. I went to the pulmonologist in 2011 to wonder why, get an answer about why am I having trouble clearing my throat, and he took an x-ray and I had a spot on my lungs that sent me to John Wayne Cancer Clinic. An oncology surgeon told me that after I had a positive biopsy for melanoma in my lungs, told me that my peer group, 50% of us would be dead within 18 to 24 months untreated. So therefore I went to the medical oncologist to see what the options were. After I heard that out, I didn't think those were options. A week later, Suzanne Simmon's book, Knocked Out, walked into my life. I read the chapter of Nicholas Gonzalez. I read the whole book, but that was one chapter, that interview that really inspired me to go to his website and looked up case studies, which then provided the research, which helped me make an informed decision. So I applied the program, and I'm on the Nicholas Gonzalez pancreatic enzyme protocol. So that means I do supplements, I have a diet, I do vitamins, coffee enemas, and carrot juice, and well. So this is 3 years later, 36 months. So I'm really happy to be here to tell you this and to invite questions. I'm on the patient list, so feel free to call me anytime. I'd like to tell you what I know.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll be over here on the side after, during the next break.
Hi, my name is Rick Spampinato. I'm a real estate broker, and here in Thousand Oaks, California. I'm a civilian. I don't have a group. I'm just a guy who wanted to tell you all that you need to keep faith in yourself and visualize full health, and perhaps it might happen for you. I had stage 4 colon cancer. I was diagnosed with that in 2002. They gave me 6 months to live. I didn't accept it. I went and we had all the standard treatments. I had chemotherapy, I had surgery. The tumor that they removed was the size of a baseball, softball. It looked like something from a science fiction movie. Really scary. But after I had chemo, I had remission, and then it came back. And a friend of mine who's here, his name is Dave Klein, and his business is Natural Wellness Network. He recommended that I talk with people who manufacture Albemarle and ACC, which I took in conjunction with chemotherapy. It helped me greatly, but then I came back again. So I was looking for alternatives, and Dave suggested that I look at RFA. Does anyone know what RFA is? Is there anybody here that knows what it is? Radio frequency ablation. Okay. I am fortunate that I was a patient, and am a patient at the West Los Angeles VA. Radiation people there said, yeah, we can do this. They tried it on me. It looked great. Every time I get a small tumor, they bring me in, and they radiate it. And because of this correction treatment. It's now accepted treatment under the VA, and a lot of veterans are now getting this type of treatment. If you guys want to talk with me a little bit, I'll be around, or my phone number is 805-732-7423. My name is Rick, and it's great to be alive.
Again, you mentioned the Avimarin AHCC, extract developed in Hungary, and AHCC, active correlated compound, is a mycelium mushroom cultured blend from Sapporo in Japan. And, both products, again, natural products that proven to be very effective.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Smalson. I'm 72, and about 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 1 multiple myeloma. At that stage, my doctors, both oncologists actually, they said, well, we're looking at your numbers. Our suggestion is that we do a watchful wait. Have you heard that one? What I heard them say was that we're going to take your blood every 3 months, and we're going to watch you get worse, and then we're going to tell you what's next. That didn't suit my personality, so I began to do some research on my own. I talked to some people. I got in contact with Gary Madison at Poly MBA. He explained what that did and so forth, and so I signed up for that. I cut out sugar when I found out that cancer kind of like sugar. So I said, well, if it likes sugar, I don't like to take any more sugar. I began to take other supplements as well. I took everything from things that got recommended, CoQ10, vitamin D3. I also took curcumin 95, omega-3 units, and that's for about a year and a half. My doctors noticed that there was, in some areas, some improvement in my numbers. However, they weren't doing anything for me, and I told them what I was doing. They said, well, whatever you're doing, we recommend you don't stop, but we're going to cut you down to a soldier myeloma characteristic. I said, okay. And my numbers stayed pretty good until they told me that I would never get better. He would come back eventually. So that's when I decided to go to Dr. Rubio. And I spoke with his patient advocate, Carmen Gross, who's here somewhere today. And after I did 10 weeks with Dr. Rubio at Tijuana, I started today just about cancer-free on his scale of 0 to 100. I'm down to 9. I started off with some much bigger numbers. Much bigger number. And so at this point, I plan on going back in January, February timeframe, because I want that line to go to 0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Brian Anderson, and I'm from Sacramento, California. And 9 years ago, my doctor, Kaiser Permanente, was concerned my PSA was climbing, suggested I had a biopsy, which I did. Sat down with the urologist, and he explained that I had a 7 on a Gleason score, which I knew nothing about at that point. So I had to explain it to me, which meant basically that I had 7 places in my prostate that had cancer out of 10 samples that they'd taken. I said, that's not very good, is it? He looked at me like, duh. So I said, what are my choices? And he went through chemotherapy, and obviously radiation, and an operation, and also procedure. And I thought, didn't like those options very well, so I said, I'm going to get a second, third, fourth, or fifth opinion. I'm going to look around and check for something else. Fortunately, I had a good friend who was a nurse at Kaiser, and her name was Margaret Wall. And I said, Margaret, didn't you go to some conference last year down in the LA area that had to do with cancer? And she said, yes, I did. And I said, could you give me some information about that? And she did, and she put me in touch with Gary Matson, who was not in the time I called, but he called me back. And I said, first of all, I want to know, is there anybody in the whole country that is dealing with prostate cancer, like I am, that uses poly-MDA? He said, there are several. I said, could I call several of them? He said, absolutely. And one of the people I talked to was a young man named Michael Mascara, and I got started on poly-MDA. And 2 years later, I had another urology test, and my rhesus score went down to a 5. And the urologist, he said, I've never seen that. He sent the test back twice. He said, you must have had the wrong Anderson. And whatever you're doing, he said, you just need to keep on doing that. And what it is positive attitude, personal friends, lots of prayer, proper diet, and poly-MDA. So that's my testimony of what it's worth for me. And as the already said, we're down in booth 139 and 140. The numbers there that our testimonies to share, and we'd love to share more of them personally. So do come down and see us. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Olivia DeHolville, also from California. And I think that Brian just said all the best that I could possibly say, except I'll just go through the beginning, which was the discovery of cancer, breast cancer, and 99 diagnosed. But then I had good luck of meeting the original distributor of the poly-MDA, who very kindly made it possible for me to use this for, let me see, anyhow until 2004. And then doctors did to make a statement that you are cancer-free, which is nice to tell people that, I mean, who here really believes such a thing? How is it humanly possible to be cancer-free? Unless you mean, oh, I'm cancer sickness-free. Well, yes, I am cancer sickness-free. And I would really give all the credit, as Brian did. I would add the orange TKO there, the coroner, which some people think is like a house cleaner, but it's pure limonene, which is extremely important. And I would recommend you check it out. I will answer any questions at the poly-MDA group, which is, it's 139, I don't know if the numbers there, but it's next to the,
Thank you, Olivia. The far corner of the studio suites, that direction.
Hello, friends. My name is Anna Wagner. I am in Southern California. And I was diagnosed with cancer, colon cancer, in 2003. It was pretty critical because I would be one more day and would be here because I was bleeding, and it was very, they had to stabilize me and go to surgery immediately. So they found out that it was the third stage, and it was going to the liver, the lymph nodes, and so forth. So the prescription was to have chemo and radiation right after. But considering what I knew, I decided not to take it. I rely on my faith in the Lord, and so give me peace, and I just decided to follow what people do. And one of the things that it helped me was nutrition, of course. Very critical aspect, because you must be interested in good nutrition, and not only that, but combining the foods, the way you combine the foods are what you will be able to absorb for your nutrients. So it's very, very critical that you learn about that, because you can create your own free radicals if you don't combine it correctly. It's like mixing fruit with protein is no, it's and protein is not good either. So it's trying to find out about those things in part of your health. Well, I am 82 years old. We came back 2 years ago, but I am already getting younger and younger. So thank you very much.
Where will you be?
I was here around, I don't know, so just close to here. Like to know more about it. How did I do this? It's very high antioxidant that we help me. Other health disorders also. So it's fantastic. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Mark Olston. I'm from Sausalito, California, and I paint cats portraits and dog portraits. So stop by with is it 309? 309 and talk to me about that. Okay. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. So 139. I'm not good with numbers, as you'll discover during my endless monologue. In March of 1991, I had a grand mal seizure while sleeping, and I was determined to be a brain tumor because I'm not from the seizures. And, it was a oligodendroastrocyte tumor, grade 1. And they told me, look after this, get scans every 6 months. And there's a 50% chance that you come back, and it will be worse than so I did exactly 2 scans in consecutive 6 months a year. And I was so nervous about the results, I stopped getting them. So denial was very good for me. I moved to Connecticut. I began grad school. I was thinking maybe changing my name to all that history back in Davis. And it was very successful. I had a daughter and I had a son. And just as my son was 2 months old, I had another scan. Relented to the relentless pressure from my girlfriend, and she said, "Mark, stop running away from this. You need to find Bruce." So it turned out to be a lot worse. It was a glioblastoma for me, and statistically, I had about a 20% chance of survival after 1 year. However, I ignored statistics entirely. I knew that there were outliers. There are outliers in everything. And so my dad sent me 8 bottles of poly-MDA, which was prohibitively expensive at that point. I think $135 bottle is expensive, like $800. So he gave me 8 of those and got me started on that. And I did the surgery, and I did the chemotherapy, and I did the radiation. I stopped the radiation after 6 months. My body was telling me to stop. But I've been taking poly-MDA, and now it's 17 years. And then cancer-free.
Hello, my name is Dale, and I've been coming to this conference for 7 years. 7 years ago, I was recovering from breast cancer surgery, and I was sitting out in the audience and heard the poly-MDA speaker that year, and the patient testimonials that year. Mark was one of them, I think Olivia was one of them as well. And I was looking for something to help me prevent a recurrence of very rare breast cancer. I was diagnosed 7 years ago with a cystosarcoma Philognes tumor, which hardly anyone has ever heard of, and I'm always asked to spell it.
but it makes up less than 1% of all breast tumors. And the only treatment protocol is surgery and watchful waiting or wakeful watching. So it was sort of my job, I felt, to help myself prevent a recurrence. So I came here looking for something that I could do at home that was user-friendly, and I started to get involved with Poly NPA, and I actually got on their quality of life study, where they actually followed me for a year. And now I'm on a maintenance dose. I take 1 teaspoon a day, and it's been 7 years. And every time I come here, I feel like it's another milestone of success. And the camaraderie I have with the Poly NPA is great as well. So I'm just glad to be here.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Leah Yakuti. I'm a breast cancer victim, not victim. And I was diagnosed with breast cancer in the year 2000. I was so ignorant about any cancer that I just followed the normal routine, and I had 6 surgeries within 10 months, which most of them were unsuccessful. And I realized the doctors are absolutely butchers who cut your breast and promise you the world, which none of them comes true. As a result of that, I published a book called Making the Breast of It. Which is really inspiring all women and men who went through breast cancer to realize that we women are not only our breasts in order to be functional, viable sexual beings. In fact, the book is so inspiring that we have the script for a movie. And we are looking for investors. So anybody who was interested in the book, I'm sitting right in the front of the restrooms. Please come and purchase the book and give gift of love to somebody you know who went through breast cancer.
We'll be at the table near the corner at the end of the foyer with all the beautiful children.
One other thing I would like to mention, that Cancer Control Society is beneficiary of my will.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Susan Moss, and I want to thank, first of all, Lorraine Rosenthal for giving us the chance to learn the truth about cancer. Let's hear it. So, I was diagnosed with breast and uterine cancer. I almost died. I said no to surgery. My doctor called me every single day. See a surgeon, see a surgeon. I said no. So he finally said, come back in 2 months, after he tried for numerous days. So I had 2 months to get rid of these tumors. And so I invented a health program called MOTEP, Marathon Olympic Tumor Eradication and Prevention Program. And then I went on it. It's 20 points. It's diet, exercise, detox, de-stress, relationships, group therapy, visualization. I had some past healing experience with a lump in my neck. I have to tell you, I got rid of that myself. So I had a belief that the body can do it. I use Laetrile, and I do have a list of the foods with Laetrile that you can take every day. I wrote this book, Keep Your Breasts. And this is, I did get rid of the tumors in 2 months, and it took me, in fact, I was a week early. It took me several months to rebuild my body and to health. My doctor almost fainted, but he couldn't find the tumors. Keep Your Breath is in 3 languages. I've been all over the world with it. People started getting well on the MOTEP program. Then I followed it up with Survive Cancer. This tells about the people who heal themselves. Either they use the MOTEP program, my program, or they figured it out for themselves. They figured out their own program. And it's so inspiring. These people are so courageous. Some have medical treatment failure before they wised up. And their story is wonderful. I had so much fun writing this book. And I did present it in Scotland, in Glasgow, Scotland. And the BBC did a documentary. And if you want to get well from cancer, you can do it. If you want to prevent cancer, you can do it. If you want to prevent recurrence, you can do it.
Susan, thank you very much. And with that, we're back in the room. So she'll be there. I think it's A, with A, back to the room.
I'm Michael Mascari, I'm from Burlington, and I was 49 years old. I had a positive prostate cancer diagnosis. I had met a woman in 2000 who had stage 4 breast cancer. She told me a story about taking something called poly-MBA. So 2 years later, I get this diagnosis. My father died of prostate cancer. My grandfather died of prostate cancer. My mother died of breast cancer that metastasized to bone cancer. And frankly, by 2003, I was sick with cancer in my family, so I determined to do something a little different. So I flew to San Francisco and had some specialized imaging done with a particular MRI there, along with a color Doppler sonogram. Got those photographs, realized I had a baseline. Called this woman I met in 2000, said, send me a bottle of that poly-MBA. On the 4th of July of 2003, I started taking the poly-MBA. 6 days later, I had a PSA test and had dropped from 6.7 to 4.6 in 6 days. And I thought, well, that's a good thing. So essentially, very good start. So essentially, I've maintained that since 2003. So this is my 10th year to attend this conference. Hang around with great people like Frank and so many of you. Have the opportunity to visit with Ben and other people about what challenges they face. And it's a great privilege for us to be able to do that. So come see us at booth 139. Tell us your story. From that, we will surely be able to find someone who will help you.
I have a question for you. How do you feel?
I feel magnificent. I just turned 61 in July. And so far, my genetics are holding up.
Is there anything about your prostate cancer right now that slows you down?
Not in the least. I have full function. I have no maladies whatsoever. All my physicians, be they neurologists in San Francisco or ones at home, they know everything that I'm doing. I share every single thing, every supplement, I have kept copious records since July 4th of 2003. Every day, I have a record of every supplement, every dose, everything I have done for 11 years. So I want to be sure that if someone had a question or didn't think it was possible, I could show them the evidence. So having said that, you know, I'm just a very fortunate soul who gets a chance to be around folks like you all, and that's what inspires me to stay well. So I'll see you next year.
Thank you very much.
I've been healthy all my life because I felt that way. But I want to tell you something. There's a gentleman in the house tonight who's been my friend for 12 years, Dr. William Eichmann. He will speak tomorrow. Don't miss it, please. He cured my cancer. Here's how it happened. somewhere around 76, I caught cancer in the jaw. I said, what is this? But I had family to see in Georgia. I said, what am I going to do? Doctor said, well, you're going to see him. I'm going to get you. Don't worry, I'll have something for you when you get back. 2017, I had to go back again. I said, Doctor, stop. Then, success. He said, I got it. Now, what he gave me is in this house today. And the lady responsible for it is in this house today. And I had the most gorgeous pleasure meeting her. I'm talking about apoptosis. It's a cancer cure. It really works. Now, to show you that it works, I'm only 79 years old. And I'll dance anybody in here right now. Dr. Edward Griffin, I was so impressed about what he said, I bought his book. Hey, autograph to Alvin. I want you to buy his book also. This man speaks the truth. And he's the reason I'm like I am today, because I remember when they told me, they took the first one, they said, okay, you got to go to chemotherapy. Chemotherapy? I've been reading all kind of bad reports about chemotherapy. Not me, the doctor don't do it. We got something for it. Apoptosis. Take him out the bar. Dr. William Island. Not me.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jerry Martin, and I'm the mother of a cancer patient. When Christina was full, she was about 29, and she was too young to have she had her breast. 2 years later, it was stage 2. She came back to Shasta and had traditional cut the chemo, and she was very ill and sick. Just the whole thing you go through when you have that kind of treatment. And I was living in Seattle at the time, so I was really pretty powerless and unavailable to help her too much. So she went through a lot of this really by herself. And she got through it 5 years later. She went back to school. She has a biology major. She went back to school and she specialized in working with animals and did her training, and she was going to pursue what she really loved after she had this cancer. Well, it came back, metastasized in her neck, here, and here, 5 years later, almost 5 years later. And so she went to her oncologist, and she had 2 weeks of radiation. She did one. I want to make sure I'm saying this right, because she's on her way here, but I don't speak for her. She went to that, and she said, you know what, after one round of the chemo, she said, I'm not doing this. I said, what do you mean you're not doing this? She said, I can't do this, I won't do this. I'm going to find another way. So we came to this convention. She met the Paul and other, talked to a lot of people. She does have a little scientific mind. And she is now 4 years. And she is still stage 4, but her markers are stable. She exercises. Her whole life has changed. I mean, everything that she's doing has changed. She is doing, I believe, some cannabis oil. The poly-MBA has really been her godsend. Has really saved her. I really give credit to poly-MBA for really saving her life. And can I say one more quick little thing? One of my cat had a big lump right here, and her optic nerve, her eyes were starting to close. She became this small, and with sleeping on the day, she said, I'm going to give her some poly. And in 1 month, that lump was gone. Optic nerve is back to normal, and she too is about 4 years in life. So her and Christina both doing really well, but she did heal that cat mentality. So I just wanted to share that, and she should be here on her way. I'm afraid it came up, and as a mom, it's tough to see her kid.
And if she doesn't get here before these presentations are over, will she be with you at 1:39?
She will be there at 1:39. Okay.
Thank you.
Pamela Bogarati. I'm from Germany, and I'm very happy to be here today and share my quick story with you. I was diagnosed with stage 2 cancer in 1987 when I was pregnant. I was told in order to save my own life, I needed to have a therapeutic abortion, mastectomy, radiation, and chemotherapy. And the devastating news left us speechless. We were told if I did not follow that therapy plan, that the cancer would come back within 24 months and I would die from it. I accepted the diagnosis, but I could not accept the prognosis, for it still issues. Instead, I have been following the holistic approach of treating the whole body, the whole person, body, mind, and spirit. I've been going to the Oasis of Hope in Tijuana for 26 years now. The first time my baby was 4 months old. Obviously, I did not have the abortion, I did not have the mastectomy, I did not have the radiation, I did not have the chemo. I went to the Oasis of Hope and we are working with nutrition and a holistic approach. I have now been living with stage 4 cancer for 14 years. And in closing, I like to add, cancer was costly. Mentioned it's not. My son is 6'2" now at this point. And I invite you to visit my health management website. It's www.wellness.net. And I will be at the Oasis of Hope booth for a little while. And I think it's 103. And God bless you all.
My name is Andrea Breyer. I counsel on healthier approaches to cancer. And in fact, that's my website, healthierapproachestocancer.com. In 2006, the first episode of breast cancer was diagnosed. I've had 2 episodes of breast cancer, 1 melanoma, 1 squamous cell invasive. I can't believe I say it that quickly. I believe that cancer is chronic, and if I could leave you with a couple of gifts, one of them would be to use the word episode, because otherwise we take ownership of cancer and we take it on a molecular and cellular level. Episodes are transitory. Cancer is chronic. It can come and go. As long as we get healthier and healthier, the next episodes are going to be less and less harmful. So I encourage you to use that word. In 2006, I came to the Cancer Control Society, which changed my life. I knew my intuition was correct. I wasn't going to let them do everything to me they wanted to do. I came here and started hearing these amazing speakers. My doctor had convinced me to go on a drug for 1 month. I fought him as much as I could. He put me on a Rimidex when instincts went crazy. I heard a man speak who you all may remember, named Walter Wainwright. If you've been here before, you know Walter was revered here. He was brilliant. Passed away last summer. He spoke about a product called Halen 951, which immediately I knew that was what I'd been seeking. I threw away the drug, the oncologist fired me, which was frightening. And Walter became my mentor for 7 years. I've been taking Halen for that length of time, and I now counsel around the world. I have doctors referring patients to me around the world. I ship it myself. What Halen basically did that the drugs don't do is they balance your estrogens in a healthier way, and it deals with all kinds of cancer. I had a testimonial letter from a client in Australia whose doctors told him he was going to die. They couldn't do anything for him. He's mowing the lawn, he's traveling, he's the most beautiful letter. I had a prostate cancer patient who was sent to me. In 6 weeks, his prostate numbers fell to 50%. This is important because Halen's a food product. It's a fermented, non-GMO organic food product, which means we're not dealing with side effects of drugs. We're dealing with food. And fermentation supports the immune system, which is the gut is the foundation of the immune system. I'm going with detoxification, I think is critical. I do it on a nightly basis with my biomed. I sleep on it so I don't have to worry for myself or patients about compliance. You know, they can tell us a million things to do, but if we don't have the time, And I'm doing it. If somebody can sleep, I ship these around the world, that's all they have to do is lie. I've got a few gifts for you on my website, just free things, so I'm going to give you the name of the website. Again, it's healthierapproachestocancer.com. On there, you're going to find Jin Shin Jitsu. Within 24 hours, I promise you I'll have the link. Jin Shin Jitsu is energy healing, which I do almost every night. Acupuncture, shiatsu, all of these have to do with the meridians in the body, the chakras, and really, there's so much wisdom in the other cultures of energy work and acupuncture centuries old. We work to clear those blockages, our bodies, we remove the interferences, and our bodies begin to know how to heal. So doing that costs you nothing. It also helps you sleep. I'll have the link to that on my website. There's also a webinar that's coming up with all these doctors and experts and I'm going to be speaking. That's going to be totally free. I'm going to put the link to that on there too, so you get to sign into the webinar and you get to listen to all these experts. This is my card. I'm happy to give my card to anybody who would like it. Welcome to go to the website and I'll be around. This colleague.
The cell phone, please take it out and text me right now at 95577 the keyword poly, and you'll get information about Poly MBA. 95577 poly. I got it on a piece of paper if you didn't get that. Come back to business at the booth in the far left corner of the building here. My name is Walter Davis. I'm a retired U.S. Navy navigator and cruise missile officer. In 2004, I was speaking in front of a group like this. I'm currently a television producer and radio producer, by the way. My show is called Progress in the World. So I'm looking for people that are book authors and providers and testimonial providers to come on my radio show. 2004, I was speaking for a group like this, and a lady came before me and said, if you know anybody that has cancer and you love them, tell them about Poly MBA. Well, nobody in my family had cancer at that time. I didn't know anything about it. But since then, my mother died from breast cancer, my brother died, and I got diagnosed with prostate cancer in 2007. The doctor from the VA called me and said, you got prostate cancer. That was just it. That was the end of it, 7:30 in the morning. And I panicked, and I went to go in and get the cancer cut out right away. So I showed up for my appointment. And guess what? My surgeon did not show up for my appointment. That kind of shook my confidence in traditional medicine. So I started trying to think, what was that stuff that lady told me about? Poly something. So I went on the internet, I found Poly MBA. I started taking it, and I've been cancer-free now since 2010. So I did cleansing campaign, colon hydrotherapy, photon therapy, sonic therapy. But the thing that really got me through and has me alive now to see my 57th birthday is Poly MBA. So I'll tell you what the lady told me. If you know anybody that has cancer and you love them, tell them about Poly MBA. Please come back and visit us in the booth in the far left corner. You can find me at walterdavisglobalbroadcasting@gmail.com and also walterdavisenterprises.com. Thank you very much.
I wanted to share something with you. My name is David Klein. I give advisory on all type of health issues. And I helped a number of cancer patients. One of them was Rick Stephanopoulos, 2002, stage 4 colon cancer, metastasized in his liver. They wanted to remove his lobe of his liver. I told them about radio frequency ablation, RFA. I'm going to tell you what it is, what you need to know about it. It was developed in Italy 10 years ago. It was used extensively in Europe. The FDA hadn't approved it. At that time, he was one of the first ones in the country to use it. He had 4 small tumors on his liver, cut out a piece. He taught the VA hospital about radio frequency ablation. They researched it, they developed it, and they used it on him. It's a biopsy needle. remove the cutting edge, replace it with a radio frequency antenna, put it into the tumor, turn it on, burn the tumor, and the tissue around it to the home. That's it. Very almost non-intrusive. 4 tumors in 2 weeks, zap, 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 back to work. Since 2004, when that happened, he's had 3 recurrences. Now, most recently in his lung, he found 2 tumors. Zap, zap, 2 days later, he's back to work. You need to know about it for small tumors so you don't get caught with radio frequency. Thank you.
We have 2 more.
My name is Francine Ribby. I'm a lifetime member of this group because I believe so fiercely in what they do, as well as the National Health Federation. I watched my husband kill himself off with cut burn poison because he wouldn't give up nitrated meats. But I'm here because I see the majority of these wonderful people that have had breast cancer dye their hair and use cosmetics and makeup. And everyone I know of that gets breast cancer dyes their hair and uses cosmetics and makeup. It is toxic material that is absorbed through the skin and your body cannot tolerate it. Please, if you want to stay away from cancer, especially breast cancer, there are many things to give up. But 2 of them that are really critical are give up the hair dye, give up the dyes and foods, give up the nitrated meats, the chocolate, which I've seen associated with breast and brain cancers, and give up the cosmetics. Thank you.
Francine, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Trickstead. I think this is the 10th or 11th meeting I've been to. I was diagnosed about 10 years ago with routine physical at 89 PSA. And this is a UCLA. And so they said, oh, you can't operate, it's too high. So I refused their treatment and I came to this meeting and met Dr. Sanchez, and he put me in touch with Dr. Forsythe. I was part of the first Forsythe study. And since then, I've been doing one pretty good. Sort of fell off some of the regime. It just started feeling good. It starts saying, a year and a half ago, a routine physical, I went in again to UCLA, and the PSA was 1,000. And so, same thing they asked, we want to do this, and I said, I'm not interested as well. You probably don't need to see us then. So I called Dr. Sanchez, who I first met here. He was the one who introduced me to Dr. Forsythe. And at that point, I went down and saw him, and we talked about the liposomal. So I did the AX liposomal, I did the vitamin C liposomal, the SX poly liposomal, along with other supplements. And that was a year and a half ago, and now the PSA now is the last one was 11. Okay. Thank you.
You heard the testimony of 1,700 PSA count going down to almost normal, and that happens with many cases. All I want to tell you is, those of you that are here that have survived cancer are very, very happy. But there's an opportunity for every one of you to survive cancer, and all you have to do is know that the state of California has passed a law which is called a compassionate law, which allows everybody that cannot make any progress with regular cancer programs can actually take a program that we have tried, and we have tested 5,000 cancer patients, and the results have been 85%. And that is with hemp oil. And here's the law. If you go to any MD and he writes you a prescription, you can go to one of the units that sells hemp oil and take the hemp oil legally. And that can ensure that you will survive. I've been working with the people from Phoenix, Tears, now for almost 4 years. And the survival rates are amazing. We can put, I'm just going to do this, Frank, because this is important. We gave the treatment to one gal from Vancouver for breast cancer, and she survived. And she has now treated 500 cancer patients, and they've all survived. The last thing that I'm going to mention is something that's totally unrelated, but it relates very pertinently to cancer survival. I'm always doing research on cancer. I don't sleep. I work 14 hours a day, and I'm 80 years old, but I feel that I made a promise to a dying woman at one time, and I'm going to keep that promise. Do you realize that throughout the world, cancer is now being treated with stem cells? And the results, in some cases, are extraordinary. But how many of you have $50,000 to go to Tijuana and get stem cell treatments from people like the Korean doctor that is there that gives stem cells? Doing some research, I found in Los Angeles there are 2 hospitals all owned by one net person, and they do stem cell treatment, and none of us know it. And they have treated, listen to this, 10,000 cancer patients right here in Duarte, California, with stem cells, and the results are very good. When I went to them and I asked them about the treatment of stem cells, they were very proud of it. When I asked the basic question, how many people have survived cancer with your treatment? This was the answer. We don't know, and we can't give the answer out. I got very belligerent, and I said, I need to know the answer, or I'm going to sue the hospital for lack of information for giving full treatments. After we went through this for 3 days, I was called in and I was told this. If you give us 2 more days, we'll give you the results of all our patients, because we are going through it. You know what the results on stem cells in Duarte, California turned out to be? 80%. 80%. Your insurance, if you persist, will pay for that treatment. And that's a huge, huge thing for you to have.
People can go to your booth and talk to you about that.
We're in booth 102, and I have all the websites where you can call in order to get that proper treatment for your cancer, and we will help you achieve the success rate that you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this, we'd also like to point out that hemp oil is legal in all 50 states. Hemp oil, you don't need a passion a waiver or law, because hemp oil is not hallucinogenic. It doesn't, you can't smoke it get high. It has the essential healing qualities that just work. And then what you need compassion waiver would be if you wanted to smoke marijuana for medicinal purposes. Hemp oil, again, we heard Dr. Pai earlier today, and Dr. Edelman, I know, is going to talk about it tomorrow. We're going into a break. I want to remind you about World Without Cancer and Reality Zone. I think it's 136. Doctor results, suppression electrode and slow Kettering is available from the Cancer Cookhouse behind us. And keep in mind the DMSO handbook that will be available at the Cancer Cookhouse. And Archie Scott will be speaking tomorrow. There are several people talking about the Mexican clinics. If you want to see the Mexican clinics yourself, get one of these forms, fill it out, and then join us on the tour of the Tijuana Cancer Clinics. Also remind you, as you go to the break, stop by American Metabolic Laboratory back in the Grand Ballroom. Fill out one of the tickets so that you'll be eligible for a complimentary cancer profile test from Dr. Chandel and American Metabolic Laboratory. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll see you back at 5 o'clock. and gentlemen, please come in and take your seats. And those of you in the back, we need you to minutes down. If you read your draw or anything else here, then just go on out into the foyer or the outside area. But right now, we want to come back, reconvene, and keep going forward. And again, I'd like to tell you, I think I just heard a report. We are live streaming. A very dear friend of ours in Washington, D.C., who couldn't be here because she hurt her ankle, is actually watching it as we speak. Susan, we're very happy you were able to get on. We understand the quality of the video and the sound is not quite what we would like for it to be yet, but we are working on that, and certainly we will get that improved. But we are live streaming, and I'm told if you go to YouTube, Cancer Control Society Thrive, and the word Thrive with 3 I's, THRIIIVE, the link to get on there and see it live stream will be there. So, Harold, if you get ready. As soon as we get the sign, then we will go ahead and start. Again, those of you in the back, if you'd please sit down or go outside. We do have more breaks. So we have a dinner break today, and plus we do have tomorrow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend, 2014, at the Sheraton Universal Hotel in Universal City, California. Our next speaker is Dr. Simon Yu. I consider a friend of ours because, first of all, we see each other quite a bit. He has spoken here before, and we asked him to come back because we appreciate his knowledge, experience, and he's also someone that not only has the scientific credential, but he's able to talk to all of us, even those of us that don't have the scientific degrees. We know that there are parasites in the world. Some of them are political, and some of them are intestinal. And his primary purpose today is to talk about the intestinal. Dr. Simon Yu, thank you very much for being here.
For the next 25 minutes, I'll be talking about cancer and connection to parasite and allergy medicine. So in parasite, when the latest cancer therapy is failed. The objective of the lecture is to recognize that parasites are often overlooked common medical problems, including for cancer therapy. There's a new way of detecting parasites by using current technology based on acupuncture meridians, which is based on allergy medicine. And there was a new approach to cancer therapy using oral parasite medications and blocking the cancer metabolism. We talk about multiple factors contributing to etiology of cancer for the last couple of days, but I'll be mainly focusing on parasite. But we also talk about the fungi, about the complement, and there's over 10,000 chemical carcinogens. Every cancer-based nitrogen, they do have a heavy metals. We did talk about nutritional deficiency, genetics, and all those important other factors. Dental, EMF, radiation, and toxic, unresolved emotions, all of them are wrong. But all leading to what I call metabolic dysfunction and mitochondrial damage. This is what we're talking about, the work effect for initiating this cancer development. So I will focus mainly on parasite, but I will point out some interconnections that are separate phenomena. And at the end of my talk, I'm going to talk about 3-bromo-pyruvic acid, or 3BP. It was originally developed in the 1940s and used for the soy and corn nematode parasite. Patented 3-bromo-pyruvate inhibits hexokinase and oxidative phosphorylation and cures highly dangerous hepatocellular carcinoma of the liver cells that are 10 times worse than normal cells, and I'm going to show you some slides. And 3BP selectively target cancer-expressed transporters. And the next key is a parasite. So CDC talks about the definition as a parasite is an organism that lives on and in a host and gets its food from at the expense of its host. Most people know about parasite as a protozoa, as a worms, nematodes, tapeworms, and fruits that traumatose. But we're looking at the relationship of the parasite and parasitic relationship. Parasite never exists alone. There's a co-infection, concurrent co-infection, like prions, virus, nanobacteria, intracellular parasite, ectoparasite, cell-borne efficient bacterium, mycoplasma, spiral yeast, and lime. Fungi related with moles and yeast, genetically modified biological warfare microbes, and we can talk about social, political, economical, emotional, and spiritual parasitic relationship. In almost all cancer cases, there's some kind of a toxic emotional relationship with power of the. If you look at the statistics of the parasite, 1.5 billion people are infected by escarpment. 1.3 billion people are infected by hookworms. 1 billion people are infected by whipworms. 660 million people are infected by malaria worms. Over 200 million people are infected by tumors, and somewhere between 250 to 700 million people are infected by malaria. Our total 4.46 billion people are infected by parasites, and parasites are the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in global scale. Now, I have no idea whether they get those numbers, but those are all what we call from identifiable parasites. What they don't talk about is many cancer cases are dying with parasite infection, and in asthma cases are dying with parasite problem. IBS, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's, they all have a parasite problem. Chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, Lyme patients all have a parasite problem. So we're not looking at the true statistical global scale, but it just gives you what we have known from CDC and WHO. 4.46 billion people infected with parasites. Why parasite problems are overlooked? We have seen parasites only in third world countries, not here in the United States, maybe in Mexico, maybe in India, maybe in China, but we don't think about parasites as a problem. There's a worldwide global migration and changing the diet, there's a global climate change, and global traveling and vacations. I do go to the parasite conference and check it out. They're talking about the flu, the schistosome, the epilepsy in diseases that they find in Northern Lake in Wisconsin. The dramatic change to global climate changes with the translocation of the parasite. Still analysis for parasite is in our environment test, and then you can do some tests anymore. Most parasites outside of the intestinal tract. Frank talks about parasites that work in the intestinal tract, but most parasites are outside the intestinal tract. It's in your brain, it's in your lung, it's in your thyroid, it's in your liver, in your pancreas, it's in your muscle, it's in every part of your body, including in your arms. So there's a four factors for environmental pollution and for minerals and nutritional status creating for the chronic parasite problems. However, dogs, cats, and other pets at home as a factor for transmission of parasite. Parasites have complex life cycle and ecosystem, and cancer is susceptible and difficulty to eradicate the biofilm as a active system. And people ask, how do I get into
parasite. And I was in the US Army for 25 years. And in the year 2001, I was in Bolivia, Oruro. And our mission was to basically please Bolivian Indians. But we had the US government had tracking down for the cocoa productions for cocoa trafficking. And we went there to please these Bolivian Indians. And we came. I was a lieutenant colonel at that time. And we had a bath. And everybody got parasite medication, either parental palm oil, bendazole. And people lined up getting those parasite medication. We saw 10,000 people in 2 weeks. On our way back home, we actually took all parasite medication ourselves. And since I came back in 2001, I started experimenting with parasite medication. And I saw sort of a dramatic response that I've never seen before, never been described in the textbook. Now, I've been doing this acupuncture meridian testing at least 7 years before that. And we think about parasite as from the intestinal problem. That's the most common understanding. And I tested in a large intestinal meridian and for parasite medication. And next thing you know, patient come back and say, my asthma went away. It was kind of interesting. And some people brought parasite medication and they say, my head pain went away. My fibromyalgia went away. And some of my patients are telling this story after story, and some of my patients say the tumor disappeared. And I'm going to talk about one case study as an example. So there's a multiple signs of parasite as of signs and symptoms. They speak many languages as a pain and diagnosis. We all know parasite can cause gas and bloating, can cause a grinding teeth, coughing at night, or weight loss or weight gain, obesity, underweight, fatigue, sexual dysfunction, migraine headache, vision problem, brain fogs, craving for food, anemia, eosinophilia, paroxysm. It can cause allergy problem, but it can suppress allergy. And Dr. Brad Weeks talks about inflammation. It's an acute inflammation and chronic inflammation. Allergy to people is an acute inflammation. They will suppress allergy, become chronic inflammation or another important word is degeneration. Degeneration correlates with development cancerous environment. Can affect your immune deficiency syndrome, mental and behavioral problems, schizophrenia, psychiatric patients often have a parasite problem, autism, a parasite problem, constipation, diarrhea, psoriasis, eczema, atrophy, foot allergies, knee pain, fibromyalgia, abdominal pain, IBS, IBS, Crohn's, all associated with parasite problem. Waking up at night, bed weight, night sweats, nightmares, and night terrors. Yesterday, one of the speakers talks about the importance of sleeping. When you have a parasite problem, you're going to have nightmares and restless leg syndrome, and you cannot sleep. Reclamation, muscle, joint pain, and also parasite can cause cysts and will develop tumors. And you get the CT scan, seeing there's a cyst in the liver, kidney, and brain. Thinking about parasite. So, what is the concept of the meridian system is known to the classical Japanese, Chinese acupuncture, Japanese acupuncture, Korean hand acupuncture, and in military we follow in battlefield kind of acupuncture. And I'd just like to introduce a new concept, acupuncture meridian assessment. Well, another original one is developed by Dr. Burr, it's called EAD, Electron Acupuncture, according to Dr. Burr. I'm deviating quite a bit from it, simplifying it, and I put the acupuncture meridian assessment. And someone will have this called meridian biocybernetic system. And I'm really convinced that human is not intelligent enough to map out all the Arabian system, 7,000 years ago. It had to be done by different civilization, non-human civilization. I'm going to give two classical outcomes of Arabian system. One is from your large investment Arabic and bigger from your investment group. It affects your wrist, elbow, shoulder problem, cross your neck, your jaw, your nasal areas to level nasal congestions. And the other one is all-round rated and giving you no force. You can cause a foot pain, fascia, ankle pain, knee pain, hip pain, sciatic pain, back pain, back stiffness, lower chair, convulsions, lower gas, heavy sensation to your chest, pain in your shoulder and neck, ruptured brain around both hydrocephalus and mesencephalus, front brain and midbrain, then it was a migraine headache, concentration problem, mood swing, they will rupture your eye because of already in your ear, tinnitus, and affect your eyes, vision problems. Just one single meridian system affects the entire eye system. And I see this problem over and over. So I'm going to give you one single case. There's a case study. I have a 58-year-old man in a wheelchair came to see me in November 2009. Initial symptoms started with left leg pain and low back pain in summer of 2009. CQD abdomen and pelvis showing 11.3 cm by 4.3 cm mass, multi-laculated solid and cystic mass to proximal femur, osseous pattern, living, consistent with advanced disease with subcutaneous edema within the left eye, metastatic disease to the elbow and T9 tubular body. There's a biopsy report indicating it's got moderate to fully differentiated non-small cell carcinoma. This is a PET scan. There's a huge mass in his left eye, the left side here, and elbow and T9. He was in a wheelchair, and basically was sent home under the care of the hospice care. And this is what I do with my patients. I check for at least 40 acupuncture points, measuring right hand, left hand, right foot, left foot, and rate means within normal range. The range goes 0 to 100, 45 to 55 is considered normal range, and 50 is considered perfectly balanced. And blue means too low. It's a chronic conditions, chronic inflammation or degenerations. And red means inflammation, divided at least by the limits to functions. What we are measuring in X-ray scale is 0 to 600,000 ohms. We were just simplifying the scale of 0 to 100. And he's got 23 out of 40 meridian was out of balance. And each meridian has been known for thousands of years. So I don't need information, it's just a new way of gathering information. So he had a cancer of unknown primary source and placed pin in his left leg. It was FEMA was about to be fraction. And starting with chemotherapy and developed severe ulcers and chemo stopped and sent him home under the hospice care. 23 out of 40 acupuncture meridian was out of balance. And I started on ivermectin and levamisole. Those are two classic parasite medications I was taking at the time. And when I saw him about 6 weeks, his immunity looks like this. Only 3 out of 40 meridian was out of balance. In about 6 weeks period, and then his feeling better, swelling was down, pain is better, and lost 20 pounds of food and animals. From this to this, by using aggressive parasite medication from 23 out of 40 meridians and 3 out of 40 meridians out of balance. The first one is a dental problem, and here's a dental problem showing up, and he's got some others who have natural related problems. I don't know what else. When he came back in May, that was about 6 months later, his x-ray of the left femur completely healed, tumor was gone, no sign of a cancer, patient is doing well. And basically, I told him, make sure that the dental work is done, inhalation therapy for and accessory. And all my patients, I do cover cases of the face. If you look at here, right in the white spot, this one for last spot, he's got dental problem there. He's got some dialect problem there. And looking for basically symmetry or asymmetry, and he's got some chronic sinus problem. For my patient, I do EMPS, heavy metal provocation test, and he's got massive amounts of mercury, platinum from chemotherapy, and also interfering in tungsten. And it's a cancer exam, and I don't know what you got on those, but almost all cancer patients I see, they got environmental cancer, including metals. And then I didn't see him after May, and he came back in March with no recurrent problems. This is the mountain is white mountain, and I checked. It's going to the right to the body cancer narrative. I'm putting it right down here, that down here. And he's got dental problem, and he's got stomach virus in his body. So his tumor disappeared in 6 months, and almost a year later, he comes back with the recurrent problems. And I told him, why didn't you come back to see me? He's got the dental work, and he didn't. It costs too much money to do that. He didn't do chelation, nutrition, all this IV therapy. And I said, I cannot really help you unless you get the dental work done. And all this nutrition support, chelation done. And his response was, I'm paying over $2,000 a month for medical insurance. I cannot really afford to see what to see the dentist. Let's just give you an idea about his project. But he was happy. His tumor disappeared for about a year. And the tumor was coming back. And meanwhile, his daughter got married. So his grandchild, and he really didn't want to spend that kind of money. But he was willing to spend over $2,000 a month for medical insurance, just in case. And when I saw that again, I told him he had to get the dental work for parasite medication. It was up there, it was true. The medicine was unable to come to see me, was too much pain, he ended up dying. But he was fairly happy overall that, he was able to do what he was supposed to do. He was able to be a grandparents and all those happy ending stories. But we can learn a lot from these kids. They would get well, and they stop treatment. And when they get a problem, they panic, and they try to do it again. And many times, it's too late. So, when he came back, he did an MRI, and he's got tumor down here in his right. And he's got both dental problems, so he was actually worse than 1 year ago. Whenever you think about cancer, you have to think about parasite. I always look for dental problem, heavy metals, and unresolved toxic emotion. And these cancers, they all have that parasite problem. I have not seen one case yet. And to give some statistics here, this is from Columbia University School of Medicine, talking about a review article on chronic bacterial and parasitic infections and strong correlations with cancer. Salmonella associated with carcinoma of the gallbladder, biliary, hepatobiliary carcinoma, pancreas, lung, and colorectal cancer. Chlamydia associated with lung cancer. Schistosomal associated with carcinoma of the bladder, colorectal, liver, thyroid cancer, liver filled with cholangiocarcinoma. And it says chronic osteomyelitis associated with fibroma, fibrosarcoma, angiosarcoma. Are the most common chronic osteomyelitis is coming from dental infections, from the root canals, and the cavitation. We put that as a cavitation is classically an osteomyelitis. If you don't address the dental problem, cancer will come back. This from University of Calgary from Canada, talking about parasite mimicking malignancy. They went to the worldwide literary research says all those tumor has been, the institutes of tumor cannot be parasite. And the point I'm making is this patient have actually parasite problem or actually have a cancer? Sometimes it's hard to tell. The case I was presenting, first case, just disappeared. The tumor disappeared. The parasite medication. Does that mean he did not have a cancer? Maybe he actually have a parasite problem? Or he did have a parasite problem and tumor at the same time. But if you don't correct the underlying problem, the tumor and cancer will always come back. So if you look at our human evolution, start with creation and evolution. The universal essence made out of probably the minerals, we call them clay, and nucleic acid as a crystal. Then there's the viral particles, proteins, and ribosome evolve into as a bacteria, or eukaryotes, or bacteria. And what we always eukaryote is called protist, or also protozoa. And these are called single-cell animal cells. Evolve into animal, evolve into human, and there is a fungus and there's a plant. Now we did talk about fungus by compliment yesterday. And this protozoa is our actual ancestor as a cell. And protozoa is also a parasite. We evolve, and there's a more and more advanced parasite we evolve with human. So if you look at from the evolutionary point of view, the parasites are one of the largest biomass in the earth. And they're the top of the food chain. They're ahead of us. They will evolve faster than we will ever evolve. And if you look at from environment-wise, the top of the earth, beginning of billions of years ago, there's a very low oxygen saturation, high carbon dioxide. And as we develop the cancer, we actually develop from cell bodies will be transforming back into our primordial condition of protozoal metabolic type. They need an anaerobic glycolysis to survive. So there's a great similarity between the parasite, especially the protozoa, and the cancer cell metabolism. And the concept of the homotoxicology, talk about humoral phase and cellular phase. Humoral phase is considered viral and bacterial phase, and cellular phase or more fungal phase, which is going to endoplasm phase. And they don't talk about parasites. Parasites involved throughout the entire phase. And you may have a dental infections, which is considered bacterial infections, and if you suppress this with the antibiotics and root canal, 5 or 10 years later you may develop breast cancer. And I've seen that where once you have a root canal, within a few weeks, a few months, there's an inflammation of the breast. Nutrition and parasite. You cannot treat nutrition if you have a parasite problem. I always think of a parasite first if we're talking about nutrition. I use many different herbs for parasite, especially black walnut, and clover. I use all those medications. Just give them one of my favorite medications I use in almost all cancers, ivermectin. If you look at some of the drug activity, it says ivermectin inactivates the protein kinase PAK1 and blocks the PAK dependent growth of a human ovarian cancer. That has two tumor lines. PAK1 kinase is required for the growth of more than 70% of the human cancers, such as pancreatic, colon, breast, and prostate cancer. So I'm going to wrap it up. There's a lady named Young Ko was developing this treatment called pyruvate with great success. And this is a development in 4 years. I'm going to have time here, but the cancer cell of a very hexokinase, and this pyruvate with blocking these hexokinase for the large hexokinase and for the cyclin with great success. She published this paper with almost 100% success rate on liver cancer and animal model. and she got sent from Johns Hopkins. And Johns Hopkins used her ideas and the decided we can investigate really help promote improving. So Igor Parasite as a asymmetric threat, they are engaged in unconventional warfare. You have to treat that with an unconventional approach. Just keep that. Just remind you about the case that they have a parasite problem or actually a cancer problem. I work in a combination. And I was to think differently, think about parasite, cancer metabolism, and energetic. Or you need to be aware of the parasite role, how the blood comes about. And I'm trying to spread to the medical profession about this whole concept, and I'm going to speak this month. So, thank you very much.
Dr. Thank you very much for being here. And, Dr. Yu has his book here. It will be at the author signing table during the next break. And so, with dinner break, be sure to stop by and get one of these and get it autographed before you leave the program this evening. Get wired. We'll we really appreciate your perseverance in being here. Some people tell us that other places they'd rather be on Labor Day weekend. Actually, I can't imagine a better place than this. And I would like to take this opportunity to say hello to a very special person. One of my goddaughters, Jessica Knoll, who just came in today, nursing student, LPN already, Fall, and working towards her RN, and will be in Southern California, so again, with her boyfriend today. So thank you for coming. Very happy to see you, particularly this far away from Modesto. And so the impact of what you're doing is now spreading well beyond. It's nice to see one of the younger generations taking an interest in what we're doing. There are some of us, I think, that would be safe to say have more years behind us than we have in front. So we're really excited about seeing the younger ones come in and take an interest in what we're doing. They're the ones with the excitement, enthusiasm, and they haven't been tainted by so much light. They've given up on the fact that, yes, there are things we as people, individuals working together, cooperating, and actually achieving. So those we can do. All the other things we've talked about, we will review them before the day is over. Again, Harold, just to let you know, we're about ready to start. So as soon as we get the cue camera. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here at the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention. Labor Day weekend, 2014, Columbia Sheridan University of University City, California. Our next speaker actually happens to be a recovered cancer patient. Susan Liberty Hall, who you will read in here, and I'm sure she'll tell you, is the sister of somebody rather famous, Terry Buzz. And for those of us who happen to be big fans, I and Wolf, fans, we wish her family to listen to some of the other people about that Phil Jackson. But in any event, Susan is a recovered patient. She has, it's always good to hear people that have gone through it. She has a new book here, Laugh in the Face of Cancer. Very good advice.
Space for yourself, please. Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank the Cancer Control Society and Frank and Lorraine and all the people who made it possible for us to be here tonight. It's a wonderful opportunity to tell the truth. Don't be afraid to tell the truth. And I'm not going to have any props. I'm going to talk to you heart to heart, person to person. Everything I say has to do with you. And I'm just grateful that you are here. So I'm from Los Angeles. I was born here, and my brother, Jerry. We are from Los Angeles. We love Los Angeles. And in April of 2012, he called to tell me that he had cancer. Well, that was terrible news. It was terrible news. But our mother had also died of cancer when she was only 62. So I had a long time to think about what I would do if I got cancer, because she suffered terribly from chemo and surgery, and I do mean terrible. And it left such a lasting impression upon me that I determined I would never do that. So when my brother, my dearest brother, said he had cancer, he was going to be doing chemo and radiation and surgery, it was heart-wrenching for me to hear that. And he said to me, and you have cancer too, so what are you going to do? When do you have your mastectomy? When do you start your chemo? And I said, well, Jerry, no. Well, he was my big brother, so for me to say no to what he thought would be best for me was shocking to him. He had this very hurt look on his face because he thought that that was a death sentence to me. But when I looked at his beautiful face, I thought, this is a death sentence for him. And unfortunately, I was right. So he went his way, and he immediately had a very vigorous chemotherapy, so-called therapy. I don't think when you're rich, they give you more. But I think. So he got more. And so he went downhill very quickly. He had a surgery. During the surgery, there was a terrible error committed that happened, a medical error. And the next 4 surgeries and 5 procedures, 9 in all, for the next 11 or 12 months was spent in trying to correct the original error, which was never correct. So he said to me, well, what are you going to do? And my first choice would have been to go to the Young Living clinic in Ecuador. I work with Young Living Essential Oils, that's my business, and I love them. So I would have gone there, and I would have had that clinic for my illness if I had the money. And of course, Jerry had the money, and if I had asked him for the money, he would have given it to me. But he didn't believe in essential oils, and he didn't understand that there was anything other than chemo and radiation. And so it wasn't right for me to ask him for the money, because he didn't believe in it. So I did not ask him. And I went home and I sat down. I'll never forget this, it's a profound moment. So I sat down in my house and I did a prayer, because that's what I do. I do prayers. And I asked our God, I said, okay, if you want me to live, what would you have me do to save my life? That was the question. Well, the answer was immediate. It shocked me. It shocked me. It was a beautiful moment. So I jumped out from my chair, and I went into my office, and I pulled out a file under C for cancer. I opened up the file, and I had put that there 20 years ago after our mother died, and I was looking for treatments. I had found something, and I put it in that file, and I forgot all about it until God reminded me that it was there. So I opened up the file, and there was a brochure that said 2 Feathers Healing Formula. And I thought, oh, what's that? There's a picture of 2 feathers, and there was a picture of a man. He was probably my age, I'm 69, I think he was 68. And it showed that he had a hole in his chest. And next to him, there was a table with what he claimed was 8, maybe 9 tumors that had come out of his chest. He had lung cancer. And he claimed that those tumors had come out of his chest using this 2 feathers Native American Indian herbal remedy. And I thought, oh, this is very foreign. Oh, this is very strange. And I thought, but God wouldn't give me something that was strange. So I looked at the phone number, and I decided to call right then and there, and I did. And I remember wondering, gee, I wonder if the number will be disconnected in 20 years. And I thought, no, God would not give me a number that was disconnected. No. So I made the phone call, and it was answered by Robert Roy. He's the guardian the distributor of the Two Feathers healing formula. And he talked to me, and I told him that I wanted to get a jar right away. He said, all right. I purchased one jar for $134.95, and he sent it to me. And I began a regimen immediately. Normally, someone who has breast cancer would take 3 tablets a day, but I took 2 tablets a day because I was running 2 businesses at the same time. I was running back and forth to be with my brother constantly. And I would drive from Phoenix with cancer, me having cancer, on the Two Feathers formula. I would drive 8 hours, get to the hospital at midnight, and I worked a full day in Phoenix, and then staying with my brother all night long in the hospital so that when he woke up, my smiling face would be there. And that's what I did for all those months while he endured the terrible treatments that he had. But I got a little bit ahead of my story. Let's go back a moment and let me tell you that I had 2 tumors on my breast, on my right breast, and they were hard, like marbles. And I knew it was cancer. I didn't have to wonder. I knew it. But I had a biopsy anyway, and I believe that spreads cancer. I'm sorry I did that. But Robert Roy and Dr. Gary Young, my mentors, both told me, that spreads cancer. But, you know, you got to know if you got cancer. Learned quickly that Robert Roy knows of a blood test called the AMAS blood test. It's a very simple thing, and it told me exactly how much cancer I had. I never did have to have a biopsy. You don't have to have, I don't have to have PET scans either, because the AMAS blood test showed me everything I needed. It told me how much cancer I had, and then when I had the next test, 3 months later, of course, I was cancer-free. I was cancer-free. Taking 2 tablets a day. This cost me $135 a month. I did this at home, alone, and without a doctor. Now, I know there's been a lot of doctors and other care professionals who have very, very complicated examples and situations regarding cancer. That's not what I experienced. I don't have any medical knowledge. I'm just an ordinary grandmother, and I'm very ordinary. And the reality was that God gave me this remedy, and so I just took it, and I was cancer-free. But the story gets very exciting when you start to talk about the tumors. My picture there, but in my book, I have a picture of 18 tumors that I brought out from my breast very easily using the Two Feathers formula, just like the man did when I first found the Two Feathers formula flyer. So I was doing the same exact thing that he was doing. So here's the amazing thing about this. After 14 days of taking the Two Feathers formula twice a day with capsules, one of the 2 tumors collapsed on my breast. I don't know where it went. It was just gone. I couldn't see it, couldn't feel it. For all practical purposes, it was gone. 3 days later, the second one also disappeared, and it was gone. This was astounding. Within 14 days, I had physical evidence that my protocol with Two Feathers healing formula was working. It was working. So I was so excited, I called Robert Roy, and he said, this is an evidence that the cancer is probably dead. It's no longer attached to your living cells. This is the time to take a little bit of the Two Feather formula and put a small amount on the tumor site where the tumors had been. This will open up a wound, which it did. In 2 or 3 days, it opened up the wound, and there I saw the tumor. Now, the tumor that I saw before it opened was small, the size of a marble. But the tumor that showed itself after I had the Two Feathers on it and it opened up was big. And it was as big as a dollar pancake, and it was as deep as 10 quarters, one on top of each other. That's the first tumor that I saw. And it was being pulled, it was being pulled out by the Two Feathers formula. It continued to pull that tumor out, and 14 days exactly later, that huge tumor simply fell out. It simply fell out. At the same time, I was wearing a bandage, and at the same time, liquid cancer was also pouring out of my wound. So while it was drawing the tumors out, it was also liquefying the tumors. And the Two Feathers formula isn't just for breast cancer, it's for any kind of cancer. And I know the importance we all do about dental work, exercise, nutrition, and in a perfect world, we'd all be doing that. I know we would. But I did have a good diet, and I was very careful. And I did everything the last 20 years that anyone should do, could do, might have done, and I still got cancer. Why? Because number one, it's in my DNA, my mother had cancer. And number two, none of us can really escape all of the terrible things that are in our society today, whether it's food or water or emotions, we all have them. So the very good news was, this is the very good news, that no matter what situation, 2 feathers made me cancer-free. And there are thousands of other people who are also cancer-free. I know I have to be careful, I can't make claims. Please remember, I'm just a grandmother who had an amazing experience, but I'm cancer-free. And I did it by myself. And I did it without a doctor. And I did it for $135 a month. So I say, it's simple. It is simple. And it can't be duplicated. And that's why I wrote the book. So here's the book. So the reason I wrote the book was so that anybody who wants to duplicate my process can do so easily. And we have a booth here. It's booth number 407. It says 2 feathers, a healing formula. And Robert Boyd is not here today, but someone who is taking his place is, and Bill. We have the 2 feathers, and it's very easy to get started. I mean, get started right away. It's astounding. So I was cancer-free. Yes, I was within 10 weeks. 10 weeks. But it took 5 months to get all of the tumors out. 18 of them. And every time one of them came out, there was another one underneath. And every time that one came out, there was another one underneath. And they kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller until the 18th one was just a little tiny peak. And underneath that, there was that beautiful pink, healthy breast tissue. And then the bloom goes up all by itself. I know it's mystical, I know it's magical, but it's true because I'm here and I have the evidence. So everything that I did, I chronicled. I went to 2 different doctors, very well-known, very respected doctors in Scottsdale. One of them is a naturopathic doctor, and the other one is a homeopathic doctor. They both saw the evidence of the tumors. They took their pictures. They went through the entire process with me. Now, I hope someone in the audience can tell me when 20 minutes are up, so I know I have 5 minutes left to finish my talk. Oh! Okay. I can't read that. Okay. All right. So here's what I've learned. Here's what that excellence is so important. You know, we have to laugh. We have to laugh because don't they say that laughter is the best medicine? So it's important because there's so much fear. Guess what happened when I went to the doctor and told him that I was doing 2 feathers? My Medicare doctor kicked me out. I don't mean sweetly. I mean, he kicked me out. I mean, he gave me the boot. Don't you ever come back until you had that mastectomy. And I said, I guess I'll never see you again then. Of course I never did. But do you think he cared that I was cancer-free? He didn't. And then in Desert Radiology, where I had my biopsy, and I went back a second time. I went to Mayo Clinic also because Brother Jerry said, go to Mayo Clinic. They have the best. They're gonna reveal to you everything that you need to know. And I thought, he wants to be sure I really have cancer because he knows I'm well. He wants, how'd she do that? How'd she do that, my little sister? How the heck did she do that? So I went, I told him it was 2 feathers. It didn't impress him. So I went to Mayo Clinic and they were quite astounded. They were very, very astounded. And I talked to them because I was learning from my book. And they said, well, we don't do PET scans because here at Mayo Clinic we know it causes cancer. It's 300 times more radiation than an ordinary mammogram, so we don't use them. I thought, gee, that's funny. They were giving them out like pancakes to my brother over and over again, constantly. PET scans, PET scans, PET scans. There was no interest at all in nutrition. He had Jell-O, yeah, Jell-O. And sure, I think that's what, no, really. So all of these things became learning lessons for me. And some of the things that are most important that I want to share with you is all of the different people that have come to me who didn't want to use the 2 feathers. They said, I don't want those tumors coming out of me. I said, you don't want them staying in you, do you? And they said, oh, well, I'm going to go to a naturopathic clinic. I'm going to Switzerland, and I'm going to Mexico Society. I'm going to in Florida, and they did. All of these people went here and there and everywhere. And they had expensive treatments, the best that money could buy. One of them spent $60,000, another went to 3 different places, and that was $40,000. It was just amazing. They're all dead now. That was my personal experience. They're all dead now. And it's heart-wrenching to me, because they didn't want to have the tumors come out. So, but for someone who doesn't want to have the tumors come out, you can still take the 2 feathers internally and melt those tumors. And remember, Mayo Clinic said I had 3 tumors, and so did Desert Radiology. So why is it then that I have 18 tumors coming out? Because they didn't know what was really going on in my body. Those tests were not accurate. They weren't accurate at all. The proof, I have 18 tumors. There's my proof. I don't need a doctor's degree to tell me that. I have 18 tumors to prove that. And I have them showing me there were 3. So what really happened then? I don't know. But I must think that those tumors must travel throughout the body and come to where that tumor site is, and come out of that tumor site where I get the 2 feathers. That's how powerful this is. Now this Indian shaman, this Native American healing person, this shaman, I asked Robert Boyd to tell me a little bit about it. He said that shaman did a prayer and asked for a heavenly advice, and there was what Robert Boyd called a download from heaven. It was a way to combine the 17 ingredients that are all natural herbal ingredients, minerals, and herbal ingredients in the 2 feathers formula, but in such a way that it really became alchemical because it was different than when it began. It's not just the 17 ingredients. It was the download of heaven, that prayer, that told this person, this shaman, how to combine those ingredients. Now, I had one woman who was very ill. She followed everything the doctor said. She had her hysterectomy. She did her chemo, and when her body could take no more chemo, he sent her home to die. I got a call from her, and she said, my friend said I have to call you. And I said, it's not too late. And I do believe it's not too late. He said, let's get you on 2 feathers. Oh no. Because Dr. God had so convinced her, I don't want to be disrespectful, please, but he had so convinced her that she couldn't have any chance whatsoever, that she wasn't even willing to try. So in his mercy, he said, well, you go home, it's Christmas time. You go home and have Christmas with your family. You come back the next day, and I will give you the peaceful pill. And the peaceful pill is the suicide. And that's what she did. Because she lived in one of the 3 states where that's legal. In February of this year, the country of Belgium made it legal to euthanize children of all ages who are terminally ill, suffering from chemotherapy and cancer, because it's so horrendous they can't bear to see these kids and what the chemo has done to them. So guess what? They euthanize them. That's what's going on in our world right now. Thank you. So I enjoyed every moment. I want to tell you something. I'm not just going to stay here and say goodbye and that's it. I'm available if you want to talk to me. I have my book, I have my phone number, I have my email address. Anybody who needs me, wants me to talk to them, if there's anything whatsoever that I can do to help you, then I'm here for you. And I just want to end this amazing opportunity to speak by saying, I don't care what anybody says, how easy and simple it was for me to heal a cancer using the 2 feathers healing formula. And it's proof of life that you need. Well, here I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Susan, your poster. We've got our change some equipment here. So, in the meantime, I'd like to take this opportunity to show you that the Cancer Control Society really doesn't own products or clinics, or therapies, or protocols. But we provide a forum where information can be shared. And we have, obviously, you've been here for 2 days. You've seen some doctors, clinics, researchers. You've seen some recovered patients that have been self-help. And so we try to provide information for you so that you can decide what is the best approach, what is the best opportunity, what is the best clinical experience for you, and maybe best for you at this time. Because you may do something now that's very successful and you have plateaued in your healing process for 6 months or 6 years. And what you did to get to where you are doesn't work, or you can evaluate and look at something else. The other thing is that, again, in here, speakers talk, they share, they explain, and then in most cases, then you can go to the exhibit halls, pick out the information on the protocol that there is talking about. We have, I wanted to remind you that, of course, we do have books that we've been talking about. Both there, good supply of doctor results, the Trail Story at Sloan Kettering. Dr. Yu will be signing his book in the author's table next break. And of course, World Without Cancer, Reality Zone, I think it's booth 136, and we also have some other of Ed Griffin's books. To remind you again, those of you that considering the Tijuana clinics, you have one of the forms from the nice ladies at the registration. And we have one more presentation this afternoon before the dinner break. So I want you to know, first of all, that we still have a program for more speakers, and then we are at the 8th break. After dinner, we want you to come back because we have a video called Second Opinion by Ed Trill at Sloan Kettering. That is going to be the video of this book, Doctor Results. It will go into actual discussions, more information. The book has, you'll get to see some of the people that were actually involved in the not only research, but the positive aspects of it, but ones that were involved in cover-up, the collusion, the deceit. At one of the most prestigious universities, teaching facilities, of course, in the United States. The thing that we would like to encourage you all to mention in every metabolic profile testing and the cancer profile available from metabolic laboratory in the back of this room. And we constantly solicit feedback in those areas that need improvement. I didn't see the evaluation forms on the registration table or the literature table. I will find out later. But there are different ways you can write something out and hand it to one of us during the conference. Send email, email address that's on this yellow tour form, or I think there's an info link, contact link on the controlsociety.com website. Or you can give something to Lorraine, write it out, and we'll talk to Lorraine Rosenthal. She'll be in the courthouse, so she'll be at the registration table, but she is circulating here this weekend. The other thing, very happy to have her back. Last year she had injured her leg, missed almost all of that. She's back, she's in good health, and working her, I don't know, 14, 15 hours a day, keeping the Cancer Control Society moving forward. All these technological improvements really improve the program. Each machine has its own personality as well. Not just we people have personality, even the machines do. And of course, the new technology comes out, and then you have to relearn things that you have learned before. So we're almost ready to start. So Harold, get ready. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here at the 42nd Annual Cancer Control Society Convention, Labor Day weekend 2014. Next part of our program is going to be Dr. Eduardo Alvarez, frequent presenter. He's been here many years. He's been very close to us for probably close to 35 years. A very long time. He worked with the late Harold Manor, with the Manor Hospital in Tijuana. Manor died, I went too soon, of course, but things happened. But Dr. Alvarez founded the Stella Maris Clinic in Tijuana, and he's operated it successfully ever since. And he's here with us again this year to give us an update. Dr. Alvarez, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure being here and I'm going to share information with you regarding the update protocol that we run at Stella Maris Clinic. And I would like to emphasize that I'll be making the presentation in two parts. Where I'll be covering the first part, where we're using therapy, which is 100% natural therapy, for those cancers that have to show a slow, aggressive cure. Means that they don't, these are not aggressive type of cancer. The second part I'm going to be presenting is in regards to what therapy we're using up to now in those patients who happen to show an aggressive cancer behavior or those who relapse. And so that will be necessarily the time for my presentation. So we'll be talking about metabolic therapy for the leg and in conjunction with hyperthermia for brain, prostate, and breast, prostate, and brain cancer. So we focus pretty much in these four important areas, where it has to do with decreasing tumor cell resistance and also stabilizing the cellular level using biologic therapy or immunotherapy. And so these are the areas where we focus in our therapy. We have to emphasize that cancer becomes more aggressive when we deal with DNA mutation. So that means along with the protein code from this cancer cell, that's why cancer happens to be resistant to any given therapy. So we promote pretty much the cellular stabilization, where we enhance the cell for other functions. And that implies for the respiratory system, digestive system, circulatory system, and lymphatic system. So we have to eliminate all these toxins that we are supposed to from prior chemotherapy or from the environment. So it will be until we have detoxified the body where we can ensure that we will be doing an appropriate work in the patient. So something we are pretty much compromises during that detoxification, we restore an optimization of the small intestines, where we can take better advantage of all your nutrients, your enzymes, and vitamins. We are also, once we have improved that intestinal absorption, where your cell function will be in a better position for being better nourished, we can move into the second part where we're using antioxidants, and that means selenium, carotene, IV ozone, and alpha-lipoic acid. Ozone has been a very important weapon that we've been using, and it was pretty much introduced by Dr. Grover, and where how ozone can help inactivate fungi, viruses, and bacteria. It also helps to improve the circulation, improve the oxygen metabolism, and it's a very important immune enhancer. We are also committed also to improve an ideal oxygen and delivery and energy delivery into the cell. So we're involved with palladium therapy, where we plant the arterial circulatory system, and in that way we can ensure a better irrigation at the cell level. We are also aware to make certain adjustments on the diet, where we are to cut down the intake of sugar, carbohydrates, lipids, fats, and also animal protein for one important reason. Every time we eat animal protein, the process of digestion by the use of photolytic enzyme will be just up in this process. So, Carlos Brandberger, actually he made this interesting contribution, and he followed the work of Dr. Wolf by discovering the presence of an enzyme that really surrounds the cancer cells. This is the enzyme, these enzymes which are provided protecting the cancer cells from being attacked from the own immune system. Is really that protein code that really will inabilitate any given therapy to be successful. So we are representing here that protein around this cancer cell, and this protein is the one that we are to destroy the use of these enzymes, and I'm talking about these proteolytic enzymes. And as the name implies, proteolytic, which means proteo is a protein, and lytic is a destruction. So we are using these enzymes to destroy the protein coders around this cell. So on purpose, we're loading our patients with these with high dosages of proteolytic enzymes to destroy this protein code. And once we have eliminated that protein code, we can ensure better action of any therapy will be undergone, as well as the action of the lesion. So we administer all these combinations of lecho with ascorbic acid and nimesol into an IV cocktail, and this is what we call our natural cancer attacking system. And what we do is, first, the lecho, which is one of our most important natural weapons that we use in the clinic. The lecho is composed of 4 different molecules, where we have 2 of glucose, 1 that's aldehyde, and 1 of hydrocyanic acid or cyanide. Now, why only works on cancer cells and what about normal cells? This is explained by the fact of another enzyme called beta-glucosidase. This beta-glucosidase is prevalent in cancer cells and is deficient in normal cells. So this is the enzyme that we break it down the electron molecule and triggering the action of the cyanide in the body. So once we have that cyanide in the blood, what happens is it will interfere with one portion of the hemoglobin called the ferrous portion, which means that instead of carrying oxygen, we're carrying cyanide, which means no oxygen. And by depriving the cancer cell from oxygen, automatically the cancer cell will die. Despite the fact that cancer cells survive under low oxygen environment, a process called fermentation is still dependent upon oxygen. So that's where the electrode will be acting upon. By blocking that oxygen delivery into the cell. Another important weapon that we're using has to do with the metal sulfoxide or imidazole. The imidazole it was introduced in Russia 100 years ago, and it was used for veterinary purposes to alleviate strong conditions in cows and horses. But eventually, another Russian practitioner, Dr. Herzl, discovered that imidazole was also a very potent transporter. What it does, it increases the pore size on a membrane level. So by increasing the pore size, we can introduce the action of the electrode, the action of hormone system, or other therapies inside the cell where we need it. Now, imidazole also works in brain. Imidazole can get across the blood-brain barrier without any trouble. So we can carry the action of the hormone system, the action of the electron inside the cell. This is a patient that we had in the early 1980s with a tumor located at the brain stem. This was inoperable, and we started working with this patient when he was under coma. And then it was about 33 years where we were able to keep this patient alive. Unfortunately, we lost him recently, but it was one of the most fascinating cases that we had working with when we started working with this metabolic therapy. Now, we're using also ascorbic acid, and as you all know, it works inhibiting the tumor growth. It also increases the production of your own interferon, and also blocks the carcinogenic effect of certain nitrous compounds, which are straight related to cancer, mainly colon cancer and stomach cancer. So this is this combination we put together, where Dr. Manner put his name on it. He called it Dr. Manner cocktail, where he used electron injection with imidazole and ascorbic acid. I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Manner for 10 years as a medical director, and he was a very internationally recognized doctor. Unfortunately, we lost him, and I had to continue with the operation of these therapies because in the place where I was working at, they were not happy in continuing with the protocol of Dr. Manner. So that's when I switched centers, and I initiated the Center of Stella Maris Clinic, which I'm heading up to the present time. We're also involved with the stimulated immune response, where we're using different vaccines. And we're talking about the Islador, polio vaccine, stem cells, and dendritic cells. Islador is one of the key weapons that we use to stimulate an immune response. And it's come from the Islador family, which is a semi-parasitic plant that lives on certain trees, specifically on oak, pine, elm. But unfortunately, it doesn't grow in America. It also grows in Europe. So this is one of the weapons, natural weapons that we have imported from Germany. Islador is a very potent promoter of immune response, where it increases the production of cytokines. It also helps the process of apoptosis, which is a natural cancer cell death, and also keeps the cancer from spreading. It also reduces the tumor size and helps for a better survival in a good percentage of patients. Now, we also became involved with all these other vaccines for one reason. Mycoplasma has been a microorganism which is most prevalent in many cancers, mainly lung cancer. And what the mycoplasma it interferes with an immune response, which means that the mycoplasma covers the lymphocyte membrane and it masks its receptors, where we cannot accomplish an ideal immune response. So what we do in practice, we run a test called platelet culture, which is read under the dark field microscope. And when we isolate this mycoplasma, then we proceed in drawing out from the patient and we culture and prepare this autologous vaccine. And what these autologous vaccines, other than eliminating that mycoplasma, it also induces toxicity on lymphocytes, activating the natural killers, and reducing the production of their own alpha and gamma interferons. So up to here is what we have been doing within the natural therapy, acting 100% natural. But what happens when we deal with those patients who happen to deal with high tumor resistance, or where they come with a very poor prognosis with an aggressive type of cancer? This is the case that we deal. This is a patient with inflammatory breast cancer. This is the way we receive the patient, and this is the follow-up picture after going to therapy. This is a very sad case. We had this patient from Portugal, and he came with a huge tumor, destroying mostly the whole breast. But this is the non-response after going through therapy. So this is when we have to change gear. This is where we have to be, if I do the work, more aggressive. And what we do in practice, we draw the blood from the patient. We run a test called chemosensitivity test, when we can isolate through cultures, and we can identify which will be the chemo that will be more effective in this particular patient. We submit this specimen into GRACE, and we can get a response in only 7 days. But not only that, we can also test these tumor cells in vivo biologic evaluation. In other words, they test natural therapies, they test enzymes, letrozole, ascorbic acid, many natural weapons, and at the end we get a report which will be the most effective therapy in this particular case. So once we have isolated that ideal therapy, then we move up into what is called insulin-initiated therapy. That means using insulin to make the more effective therapy, where we can cut down the dosage of the therapy or the chemotherapy, and we're talking about only 10 to 50% of the chemo drug. And what we do is making this therapy more effective, carrying less toxicity, and getting better results. And also, when we don't, when patients don't candidate for IPT therapy or insulin therapy, we do it in conjunction with DMSO as well. As I was explaining earlier, DMSO has the ability to penetrate the cell by increasing the pore size at a membrane level. And the next move we do, we put a patient under hyperthermia. We increase the body temperature from 37 to 40, 41, 42 degrees. And we have very encouraging results by doing the association with these therapies, where the hypothermia itself is able to increase the process of cell apoptosis, which is a natural cancer cell death, and also can work in the vascular increase the inhibition also as well as the tumor metastasis. The rationale of the hyperthermia is that we can use it in conjunction with low-dose radiation or low-dose chemotherapy. And that's the only way it is allowed to be used here within the United States. There are 2 or 3 centers working with these combinations, and we have the privilege, as in Germany, we can do it even without chemotherapy or radiotherapy. We can use it with an intensive metabolic therapy or with an intensive vaccine therapy. So it's amazing the result that we get where we have sensitized these cancer cells with the use of hyperthermia, with the use of DMSO, and it's amazing every time we treat a patient, you can hardly see any side effects after going through the therapy. And we keep our patient happy, we improve the quality of life, we get a better response, and we're bringing less toxicity to the patient. We are also using the dendritic cell therapy, and this is again to stimulate a better response, and it is amazing the response that we get through this combination. So this is the area where we get better results. Has to be breast cancer, followed by brain tumors, prostate cancer, and many other conditions. And our goal is to improve the quality of life, stabilizing the tumor growth, and keeping the cancer from spreading. And if we can avoid any further toxic therapy, we'll be more than happy to contribute with this program. So, in summary, these are the areas that we're working with: decrease the tumor cell resistance, cell homeostasis, natural cancer attacking system, and immunomodulators. This is the patient that we have treated. You can see he has his eye is lowered, and this is related to a prostate cancer that has spread out into the bone. So the tumor was present against the eye, so he was dealing with the severe problems, and he was almost losing his eyesight. So this is the follow-up picture after being in the program. In this particular case, we have to use low-dose radiation therapy. He was able to tolerate it nicely. He recovered it. He never lost his eye, and he actually got a very nice response. And this is another patient that we had. This is Mr. Murphy, and he will be speaking his testimony.
During a week of back-home booster treatment, Dr. Alvarez and his staff. My problem with cancer started 5 years ago. I was diagnosed with metastasized prostate cancer that had totally eaten away from the cartilages in my back. And I had 2 emergency surgeries about a week apart. They put rods in my back, and I was sent home to recover. I was actually going to try to come down here as soon as I could. But after 4 months, I was still in pain and the tumor was back. And the surgeon wanted to operate again. I told him no, but I never did that again. Go through that surgery, so they said chemotherapy is the next option. I told them no. I value my immune system. And so they suggested radiation, and I told them I didn't think so. And at that point, the doctor told me that the elderly, you're never going to walk again because got nerve damage in your legs. So at that point, my wife had talked to Dr. Alvarez, and he suggested that in order to get down here, to be able to get down here, I should take a minimum amount of radiation. At this point, morphine wasn't even working to make me so intense. But after about the 3rd radiation treatment, the morphine was started to work, and I was able to tolerate the amount of pain, pills, and so forth. Anyway, I ended up, as soon as I finished that up, I came right back from the hospital down here. I didn't even go home. I came here in a wheelchair, and after the first week, I was able to use a walk around with a walker, which was just tremendous for me. And the second week, Dr. Alvarez said, thought I was really doing great. I'd like to see me walking unassisted. So in the middle of the third week, they would send the walker aside and walk across the room. At this point, I still had a catheter in me in the hospital, so a little bit of pain medication that I was able to walk without it. A lot of mine is cancer is totally gone now. I've had several bone scans and CTs, and cancer in the back of the bones. So I'm still undergoing a little hormonal treatment for prostate cancer. They say maybe keep on, but except for slight nerve damage from the surgery, so I use a cane occasionally if I have to walk upstairs or something like that. But as far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't for Dr. Alvarez and his excellent staff here, I wouldn't be here telling the story. So I have nothing but good things to say. So I'm just going to highly recommend it to all my friends, anyone that has cancer treatment.
Okay. In summary, this patient he was paralyzed, and I think it was not very presentation, but he was paralyzed, and he came to us 3 years ago, and they had made a surgical procedure because he was in prostate cancer, had metastasized into his spinal cord, so he was dealing with a poor compression, able to move his legs. And yet they wanted to attempt a second surgery. And he told me. So he would rush to the clinic in an emergency situation by airplane, very expensive. So I didn't let him do that. I mean, for me, so expensive, so I don't ask him to do some low radiation and work. This is done, come over and we could fly up. That would help out the situation. Don't let him do surgery. And he followed instructions very well. 9 years ago, he's moving, he's walking, sometimes with a cane, but he's doing nicely. And so this is the summary of what he's trying to say during his presentation. So this is the end part of my presentation, and thank you very much. And I'll be out in booth in 414, and I'll be more than happy to answer all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alvarez, for being here. Will you be able to get your booth tomorrow as well? So, ladies and gentlemen, please go see him at his booth, 414, 414, in the other hall. Right now, we're going to take our dinner break. I want to remind you that at right around 7:45, we will start the video, Second Opinion, Dietro and Sloan Kettering, with Ralph Moss. The video was put together by Eric Rolla, who also did one on Dr. Brzezinski, and we do have Ralph Moss's brand new book at the Cancer Book House. And then if you have any questions for us, please come and ask, and we'll see you then about 7:45.